Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Here we go, the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. This is the big finale, the final day of competition. In the Northern Division, we started with 183 anglers, and we are down to 10 on this final day. We're going to show you some great stuff from the Thousand Islands, Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River. Got some great anglers, all sorts of different stories out there, lots of storylines. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore. And Ronnie, we've got a lot to cover today. I mean, this is our one shot at this final day.
This is one of the biggest bodies of water we cover on the Bassmaster Elite Series, on the Bassmaster Opens, and we have some of the best anglers, about half of our top 10 from the country of Canada, half from U.S., so we have some smallmouth aficionados for sure. We'll see some guys in the river, out in the lake. A lot of implications on the line today. We will get into all of it with the points races and classic spots available today, both for the Elites and the Opens pros. They're keeping their eyes on them.
Let's take a look at our playing field. Massive Lake Ontario, the final stop in the Great Lakes system. 20% of the fresh water in the world suddenly gets pinched down to this one river, this waterway, the St. Lawrence River. There's a good bit of current when you do stuff like that, Ronnie.
Yes, there is indeed. And we will watch those anglers who are in the river today try to match that current and drift with the correct speed. But we will see a bunch of anglers in the lake, and when the lake will definitely be featured today. Thousand Islands is a great place, and no one better than Corey Johnston to break it down for us this morning.
I think today we're going to run a bunch of water as long as the wind allows us to, and just kind of hit as many spots as we can today and see where we end up. It's one of those things this time of year where the fish are moving a lot, and you know, there's going to be a lot of people go to their starting spot and the fish are gone. So you know, hopefully that doesn't happen to us, but it's very likely this time of year. But we're just going to hit a bunch of spots today and see what happens at the end of the day. I think we're definitely going to need 25 today to have a shot.
So we got down, we made the final day today, top six, or I'm in sixth place in the top 10 cut. Game plan is just gonna make a short run. We're not going very far at all. We're gonna scoot around this big island out here, and we're gonna work around a bunch of smaller islands where we got some current pushing through areas. Forces that, you know, got a lot of islands in this area, so it forces the water into certain little areas, making the current stronger.
Dean Meckes and Corey Johnston, two different stories, completely different stories, two great smallmouth anglers. One of the great stories from these Northern Opens is, well, our points leader to start the day, Jonathan Kelly. And Jonathan Kelly, we will get out to him right now. We will be with all 10 anglers all day.
A little slower than start than we've been having the last 2 days, but there's still some life here. I can see it on the live scope. Just about figuring out how to get them to bite. I've had a couple bites and they're just tapping at it, and we're just cycling through a couple different baits just to see what they'll actually commit to. Haven't found out what they're going to commit to yet, but we're going to keep trying.
Tommy, Jonathan is one of our college alumni representatives, fished at Coastal Carolina, but don't let that think that, hey, he's a Southern angler. He is from the state of Pennsylvania, so Kelly is one who knows up north, northeast fishing, and he's doing it a little different this week. Bait caster in his hand. He'll mix in a spinning rod here and there, but this was his first catch earlier. A little slower, like he said, but one in the box already. Tommy, I mentioned it, he will be mixing in.
Current speed, because we are spot locked.
Some bait casters, Carolina rig, jigs as well.
And I just seen that fish on the scope. Go to it. It's a little one.
This also earlier today.
He popped off.
Uh-oh. Super consistent, 24-12 on day one, 24-6 on day two.
He came into the event sixth in the Northern Open points, and he's climbed up there by getting in our top 10 today. Starting fourth.
There's been a tale of two different bite windows this week, Tommy. A lot of these anglers having their weight by 8 a.m. some of these days of competition. depending on what flight they're in. If they can get out early, they can get the majority of their weight by 8 a.m. But a lot of these guys have also caught a chunk of their weight after 1 p.m. So that last hour and a half, 2 hours of the day is going to be key as well.
Let's get over right now to Adam New. Start of the day in 6th place.
Hey Adam, live, just maybe a recap your fish catch earlier?
Yeah, I mean, me and Gary both kind of got here, set up and made our first long pass, and about the same exact waypoint. We both hooked one. Actually, Gary's got another one on right now. Yeah, there's a bunch of fish still down there. It's just a matter of getting the right bites now. We should be able to catch quite a few today. Should be a fun day.
Adam from Forestville, Wisconsin. Our colleague Mark Zona would look at these conditions right now, and you know what he would say. He'll be joining us a little bit later, so we can go ahead and give you a preview of what he would say, Ronnie. That's an outlier conditions right there.
It is, and that will change this afternoon as you see Adam from this morning with his first few bites of the day. He mentioned that, and him and Gary Atkins did not expect to be fishing the same stretch of water, the same exact spots. They're actually traveling partners and roommates, and they're like, hey, I think I found something very good. And he said, me too, and they both sharing this area in the top 10.
Hate trying to land these things without a net.
Adam with 23.15, just under 24 on day 1. Pound and 2 ounces heavier on day 2, 25.2.
Yes. Start. Three 3/4.
For some of these guys in the river, like Jonathan Kelly, Adam New, Gary Adkins, Dean Mecca said he wasn't going too far away to start the morning. They will be able to get a fish or two in the live well, get situated, get up to the top of our leaderboard like you see Adam New right there. 1 fish in the live well, first place unofficially. That 3 3/4 will help him a lot. But then once those guys like Cooper Gallant, Corey Johnston, Cal Clemson, Chris Johnston, those guys get to the lake, we will start to see them stack some weight. But you said that. The wind today will be key. It's a little calm this morning. That'll help these guys get out there quicker, but it will not look this way on the way back today.
No, and it's coming from what is generally regarded as the wrong direction, the length of Lake Ontario from the south-southwest. So something to keep your eye on later today. Between now and then, though, we got plenty going on. We were last here in mid-July with the Bassmaster Elite Series, talking to Ito catching 26 pounds on the final day in Lake Ontario. Different set of challenges this time around. We'll get deep into that during the course of today.
We mentioned it. Gary Adkins, Adam New, both drifting the same area over and over, different, matching each other's current speeds as they drift back and varying it. Now we're out with Gary.
We're just dragging these tubes in about 35 feet of water, going over these little mud and rock transition areas, and they seem to be in there eating gobies this morning, and hopefully things continue up, and we can put a solid limit together. Like I said, we're off to a really good start. This green pumpkin tube is working really great this morning. It's a Get Bit Bait tube, and good friend of mine, Dan Elsner, back in Green Bay, has a company, and he sells a real good product, so it seems to be working good today.
Zona would love to hear about a tube factoring on the final day of a smallmouth event. We have both those guys fishing a tube on their drift, sometimes switching it up to a Ned rig if that tube is making those smallmouth wise, but we will break down some baits as well. We've got a variety for it being for the schools being broken up a little bit and the individual fish, we're seeing a lot of different tactics come into play.
Gary talks about a good start today. This was earlier.
God, they fight so much. Yes. That's one.
Gary with 25-10. First day, a great start to him. Quick out of the blocks and tapered off a little bit yesterday. Seems to be on track today.
He's not done yet. They're so strong. These river fish are just so strong. Stay down.
Gary, like Adam knew, we were just with a few minutes ago, both Great Lakes guys. Gary from Green Bay, the Bay of Green Bay.
You mentioned it, Tommy. 25, 26 pounds of the St. Lawrence River in the Elite Series events and the Opens this week. We had over a dozen bags over 25 pounds the first 2 days of competition.
We talk about different challenges, maybe not as tall a challenge this time around as we had back in a true transition time in mid-July. Right now, though, Adam New, we just visited with him. He's on top, slim lead over Coquelant. Jonathan Kelly, a points leader in the Northern Opens. Dean Meckes, the local super stick out here. Johnston, definitely local, I think you could say.
And his neighbor, Cal Clemson, 50 yards away from Corey Johnston's house. Cal lives, so we've got a lot of hammers out there. And you mentioned it, Dean Meckes hasn't fished a Bassmaster event since 2012. Most of the time his record says New York region is when he's going to jump in, and he's skipped a couple of the Opens in New York the past few years, but he said, I'm going to get in on this one. The border's clear, the border's open, everything's good, Canada's in play. I'm going to get me some of my home body of water, and he's doing very well this week.
Well, starting out on this little island here, this little current swing that comes around here. I'm trying to stay in anywhere from like 25 to 45 feet of water. And just kind of dragging this football jig around, see if we can get one to go. There's a lot of like big chunk granite rock down there. And when I start feeling that jig banging against that rock, that's usually when I get a bite. So coming into an area now where there's a lot of that rock. But we started out this morning, caught a little largemouth, kind of something that wasn't planned. I don't know, he's like 2.5 pounds or so. But at least I got one in the box, so. Just gotta kind of work through my baits here and figure out what they're gonna want. Yesterday it was the jig. And you know, today it might be the drop shot, who knows?
Dean from the Clayton area there, our host city.
Day one, we had that southwest wind blowing from the main lake of Lake Ontario side. Yesterday, a north wind. Today, it should be that southwest. And Dean said, hey, one thing I like about my area in the river is I do have a lot of islands around, so I'm a little more protected than some of these other competitors. So that's not only going to help him pinch points for the current wise and pushing that water and flowing it to certain places, but also keeping him protected so he can stay on his spot better.
He mentioned he already had one in the box. This is a look back at that fish earlier today.
Get up in here. All right.
That was early, about a 2-pounder. That one was entered as for Dean Meckes. Let's get back out to Corey Johnston in 6th place, hooked up live. Corey just right where he needs to be. 25-7 day 1, 25-3 on day 2.
Said everything has gone to plan so far. Nothing too crazy that's messed him up.
I think you mentioned he is pretty much a next-door neighbor with another one of our top tenors, Cal Clemson.
A little bit of tough service. We'll see a lot of our anglers in Canada, which was not in play in July for the Elite Series, and that's what Corey has mentioned. He's came so close in other events here, in the Elite Series events, to winning it, and he said something about only New York waters has messed with him. He hasn't been able to put 4 days together in New York. There's always been a slip-up day, and having Canada in play this week, you're not far from home when you're in New York, but he feels much more comfortable fishing in Canada. And I believe this is a stop on the way to his main area, not his main. He's here much quicker than we expected. This may not be his main area, and maybe a bonus fish for Corey Johnston.
Coming in with a 5-pound average. That one's gonna not quite be there, but in the neighborhood anyway. Catching is getting going while the conditions are unnaturally calm and placid so far today on Thousand Islands. But we know that is subject to change, especially this time of year. There's a nip in the air this morning. There's some great bass fishing going on with some of the best smallmouth anglers on the face of the planet. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Final day, the last stand for all these anglers in the Northern Opens. BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. What a great field we had, 183 of them to begin with. We're down to 10 on this final day, and some of the biggest names in the sport, including a couple of Bassmaster Elite Series, one of whom has won here as an Elite Series, became the first Canadian to do that. Also, Corey Johnston, who's done very well here. 2 top 10 finishes in the last 3 years here, and he is on top right now. But let's go out to the man who started in 6th place today. Made his way all up, right behind Corey Johnston. In 2nd place is Adam New.
Gosh, it's got to be little. 3 times in a row. He's got it again. What? Aggressive. Okay, I'm just gonna let him eat it this time. I fished it 5 times. It's a good one too. Don't jump. Oh, come here. Quit it. Quit it. Finally, I caught you, you sucker. Almost a 4, probably 4 pounds. Number 3, hit 5 times before he finally got it.
That was number 2 for Adam New right there, having a good, quick start this morning. About 8 hours of fishing time available to you today. Some of that has passed already. Let's get back out. Now to Gary Adkins, also with a quick start today, in 3rd place.
This feels like a really big one. Oh, it's a giant. Oh my God. It is an absolute giant. Come here. Yes. Them are the ones you need. 6. Yeah, he's a solid 5 for sure.
Tommy, when the week's over with, Adam and Gary they may not win this event, but they can very much be proud of their area because it has provided a bunch of weight for 2 top 10 competitors. Dean Meck is hooked up.
Atkins took the lead with that fish right ahead of New, 10 ounces up.
No, he's not so little. He's okay.
Good solid keeper. Second fish for Dean Meckes. Worth another look. Let's see.
We got the double pump. We got the double pump. The first, hey, that smallmouth wanted it so bad it almost took the rod with him. And then he had to get that second hook set, and all's well that ends well. Another keeper in the boat for Dean Meckes. Which, Tommy, I heard you have on the water experience with
Yeah, I've
Dean.
been on the boat with Dean before. Great guy. So well respected up there. I mean, he's been in every situation you can possibly be in there any time of the year. And excelled.
It's going to be a race today for sure. The top 3 on the Bass Track leaderboard right now within 1.5 pounds of each other, and it's going to be, we're going to add in Cooper Gallant when he gets fishing, Cal Clemson as well, Jonathan Kelly, hoping to do that, and maybe even Chris Johnston making a move.
Right.
We could have a couple people, 5 or 6 within 2 pounds when it's all said and done today.
It'll come down to the final hour. You can bet the house on that. Johnston, definitely one of the favorites coming in here. Coming to this place anytime, in any format.
I think this is a big one. Come on. Decent one.
Corey's been concentrating in the depth zone of 15 to 40 feet of water. He said that's how
narrowed it down.
That sums up the September movement for these smallmouth. That the schools are not as big as we've seen in July and August in our Elite Series events here. And in September, they split apart. Individual fish roaming that you can see on your graph, and it's not nearly as concentrated. And so fish have been moving deep to shallow, shallow to deep. But the main thing is they're feeding up before their winter comes early. And that's why they're a lot heavier than we see in July.
Definitely got a here today, somewhere else tomorrow aspect, theme going on throughout this entire tournament, which is not unusual.
You can really tell the bigger fish are now at this time of year in July. The cut on the Elite's top 45 was 33 pounds and change. Here to make a check, 40th place, you needed 19.5, 39.0.
Wow.
Was the last person to cut a check.
What a decent one.
Another good one for Corey Johnston.
4.5 pounder.
Number 3 should get him over 10 pounds for today.
Yeah, if that's a 4.5 pounder for Johnston, he will be up around
closer to 12, huh?
Yeah, 12, 13 pounds, and he will have a 2.5 pound lead now.
As we mentioned, Corey's got 2 top 10 finishes as an Elite Series angler here in the last 3 years. His best finish as an Elite, another Great Lakes type situation, St. Clair in 2020.
Yeah, he really showed him and Chris have shown anytime smallmouth are in play, they're going to be a factor, especially when those smallmouth bodies of water straddle the Canadian and U.S. border, Lake St. Clair. Not close to the Johnston's home. This is much closer this week.
Oh, yeah.
But when you know how to read fish, and I asked them that last night, I said, what's the difference in what you know about smallmouth versus other people? How do you go find 5-pounders instead of 4.5-pounders to really separate yourself? And they said, man, we just really know when to leave and when to stay. A lot of guys enjoy catching big ones, but they're just not big enough. The Johnston's trying to make moves to win the Open this week. Corey, unofficially, will move up after that fish catch.
5-pounders, the right ones. Well, that's what it's been all about. These top 10 have caught the right ones 2 days in a row. What will they do today? Be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
3 events this season in the Northern Division. The James River was one of them. Also Lake Oneida. What's at stake in these Northern Open? But points-wise, well, the top 3 finishers, points-wise, at the end of today, throughout the 3 events, are going to get invites to the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's pretty big, Ronnie.
Yes, that is indeed a season-long deal as well. And then the winner of this event, if they fish the other 2, will go to the Bassmaster Classic. If not, it'll go back to the Elite Series. But you mentioned it, the points race. How much tighter can it get? 3 events, a maximum of 600 points, and our top 3 finishers, Jonathan Kelly, Mike Iaconelli, and Alex Redwine, all within 50 points of a perfect season. That is incredible. Those 3, congratulations. And look at that wide margin from 3rd to 4th. Those 3 safely in. Jonathan Kelly fishing today can make even more dreams come true. If he could win, he would not only make the Elites, but the Classic as well.
Boy, that would be a grand slam if he could pull that off today. He was the first angler we visited today. Had a fish on early, and we're going to visit Jonathan Kelly right now. Let's get right down to him. Currently in 5th place.
First one with a limit today, but they're not very big. About 9 pounds total.
That is probably the skinniest smallmouth I have ever seen here. I know, he is so long and skinny. That is not your normal St. Lawrence smallmouth.
Looking over to Jonathan New, 2nd place as it stands right now, behind Corey Johnston.
I like your buddy.
He's already got
It's either
4
a dink
for
or it's
14
running right at me.
pounds in the live well.
Didn't fight like a dink, so.
Now, is dink a term for a small fish?
Small one, yeah. Wisconsin sayings, you know. They've all been bigger fish off the end of this hump here, so just gonna take our time. Big one. Morning. It's going.
Tell me this area, this drift that they're making on this rock, rock ledge, rock boulders, rock humps, like he said. They really practice 23 to 25 feet. That's really when the depth that was good.
It's all the way down at bottom. Coming up now.
But they've even worked a little deeper, 35 to even 45 feet of water to catch some this week.
But it's number 4. 3 1/4. All right, see if we can't get another. Very good.
One fish to a limit now for Adam New. Back over to Jonathan Kelly.
I brought him in hot. 4, little, but hey, We'll get there. Ain't in no rush.
No rush for him. You can see that weight up his line right there, Tommy. Relying on a Carolina rig, also a couple different types of football jigs, and then also a drop shot if it really got tough. But he's mixing up colors as well. He's got that peanut butter jelly football
That one
jig,
almost pulled the rod out of my hand.
and then a black and blue, and then that big Carolina rig has been key for him this week. That's refreshing to see some different techniques come into play, that you can bring some southern techniques up north and be able to catch some fish.
Any hair jig sightings?
We will see a couple. One of our ultra shallow guys, 10th place, Brad Leitner, has mixed in a spinnerbait, and I said, anything else up shallow? He said, yeah, fighter fly here and there. So I said, hey, if Seth Fighter makes a hair jig, it's probably going to be good on the St. Lawrence River in the Thousand Islands region.
So Justin Atkins doing some great work with the hair jig back in July.
Got a 4-box there with Corey Johnston,
thing
Dean
works,
Meckes,
man.
Jonathan
It's the
Kelly,
bomb,
and
but
Gary Atkins.
it's been
All right. It's been a good morning so far. Haven't caught a real big one yet, but we've caught 3 good ones. It's pretty typical right now. They're not biting real good, but we just got to grind away here. See what happens. We're still got five fish we gotta catch. I don't want to keep any of the ones that I got in the live well. So we'll keep grinding away here. Bunch of fish right here.
That's what we were mentioning earlier, knowing when to stay, when to go, knowing when to be happy, when to want more. He's got 3 for 13.5 pounds, Tommy, and he doesn't want to keep any of those in the live well because those are all 4.5 pounders, and you want to have 5+ pounders, and that's what, frankly, that's what Corey's had. 25 pounds on day 1, 25 pounds on day 2, very consistent, and it's weird to think 25 a day will have you 1.5 pounds behind first place.
Corey always answers those questions the same way. When to be happy? Never. When to want more?
Always. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
There you go.
There's our shallow guy. We mentioned it, bottom right, Brad Leitner. Staying in the river shallow, not necessarily going in the lake in the bay shallow, but in the river shallow. And he said he was pulling up to the dock to take out for the day. There was a line of guys trying to get out of there, and so he just said he threw a spinnerbait up, landed right up on the bank. About 20 seconds later, he had a 6-pounder, and he said, I may try this tomorrow. Tried it a little bit and said, hey, this could be a thing, because he tried that ultra deep deal. He tried to fish way out in the lake, way offshore in the river, just was not happening for him.
We always hear those stories. Oh, the ones in the river fight that current that never get as big, but there's some giants that live in the St. Lawrence River.
Our biggest, you were about to say that, Such, weren't you?
No.
Okay.
613?
No, our biggest smallmouth bag in the history of the Elite Series, 27 3/4 a couple years ago in the St. Lawrence, was in the river, was not in the lake, because it wasn't in play.
Just say Jonathan Kelly told me he practiced out in the lake, did pretty well, went in the river and found consistent. He went back out in the lake again.
That's what they eat.
Nothing.
Right
He
there.
couldn't catch a 10, 12 incher. So he said, I am not going to risk it. I'm in the hunt for the elites. That's what I want to make.
He is hooked up right now as well. There's the jig coming into play. It's refreshing, Tommy, to see someone boat flip a small, we don't see that up here. We don't see that.
That's not the usual
it's a
modus
solid 5 for
operandi,
sure.
as they say out here. But man, you know, Corey talks about these grinding today, not catching them, they're not biting. What we've seen so far would not totally back that statement up.
It is a slugfest. If we've ever had one in the opens, this is definitely the place to be. Like you said, Such, 19 a day, had you way down the leaderboard, 20 pounds a day, barely getting a check. You got to catch them this week at the St. Lawrence, and we've got some of the best smallmouth anglers. It looks like our day one leader, Cal Clemson, had 27.5, has made it to his area, starting to catch a couple. We will get to check in with him after the commercial break as well. And we'll be bringing some extra coverage and spotlight to the opens on Fox Sports 1 today, Tommy.
It's coming up top of the hour, as a matter of fact, on Fox Sports 1. And, the Fox Sports app, their digital platforms. Man, it's so great to be able to show the opens. I mean, it is the stepping stone to the highest level of the Elite Series, but the talent level out here, the sheer numbers make this the toughest place to compete many, many times.
200 anglers. You have pros mixed in with local anglers, up-and-coming college anglers, those journeymen who are on the opens forever that are just sticks in there outright. We've got a lot of smallmouth specialists here, and we will see it all go down. Fox Sports 1 today, 8 a.m. like you said, Eastern time. Tommy will be there for a couple hours. Bring it back to .com, and so a lot of coverage for the opens today, our up-and-comers.
So join us, top of the hour again on FS1 for the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Island.
Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome, everybody, to Bassmaster Live this brilliant morning in New York State here for the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. Final stop of the season, the final day of competition in these Northern Opens right here in a place, the Thousand Islands. Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon. The Thousand Islands back in the day, so important to Bassmaster history for largemouth. Now it is a showcase for smallmouth, perhaps the best in the world.
You better be locked and loaded for bear when you come here because it's going to be a slugfest, one of the best playing fields we could ever offer for the Bassmaster Elite Series, our top level, or for the Bassmaster Opens, which we're watching today. And the Opens, Tommy, one of the hardest playing fields of anglers that you can deal with. 200 anglers most of the time. You've got littered with pros, local anglers that know this body of water well, and then a lot of journeyman anglers trying to make it to the top level of professional fishing.
So hard to win one of these tournaments right here, but you win one and you get a great perk for that. A visit to the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic. There's a lot at stake today, Brian.
There is a lot at stake. We have had every day of competition knocked out in the books. Today is the final day of the Northern Open season. The top three in the points race will make the Elite Series if they so choose to move up to the top level. You mentioned it, the winner goes to the 2022 Bassmaster Classic if they fished the prior two events in this division. We'll get into who can do that, who cannot. And also, Tommy, $40,000 to $50,000 for the win, no matter what, whether you're going to the Classic or not. That's a bonus, but 40 to 50 grand's a good payday as well. And you mentioned it, the points race, 600 total possible points for the three events and our three qualifiers for the Elite Series. Almost a perfect season, 50 points off of perfect total.
Phenomenal anglers, great competition. It is going to be hard-nosed stuff today on, like we say, one of the greatest playing fields in all the sport. Massive Lake Ontario, 20% of the world's fresh water pinched down into this one waterway, the St. Lawrence River. Think of the current, think of the smallmouth population. It is absolutely superbly entertaining for anyone who loves fishing of any kind. And we've got that on tap for you today.
And if you wonder where it gets the name, the St. Lawrence River and Thousand Islands specifically, that is how many islands are considered on this body of water from Lake Ontario flowing into the St. Lawrence River. And you can sample whatever you want. You can go out in Lake Ontario in the big water. You can stay in the river and compete just as well. And Adam New, who we're watching right now, has jumped out from the 6th place position, I believe, or the 5th place position coming into today. And a good start in the river, and he's unofficially our top performer that we've been watching this morning.
This is action from earlier today with Adam New. Adam New, one of our anglers who did not fish the other two events in the Northern Open, so he will not be eligible for the trip to the Classic, but winning this event still super important.
Yes, Adam's been a long-time Opens competitor. He's fishing all of the Centrals, Tommy, but he said, hey, I don't know if I can balance the Centrals and the Northerns, so I'm just going to jump into the last one of the year. And boy, it's a good one to jump into. Him and his roommate, Gary Atkins, on accident, sharing this stretch of the river. They're drifting the same rock ledge. And those two boats made the final day, both putting in great weight. And we said it earlier this morning, these two have found the best spot on the body of water. They just so happen to be sharing it. We see now he has been overtaken by just over a pound by Cal Clemson, our day one leader.
Bass Track is keeping track of our scores with these 10 anglers. We'll be with each one of them. Camera in the boat all day long. It's going to be tremendous here. As you say, Cal Clemson on top and Adam New in 2nd place. Corey Johnston, you'll know that name if you follow the Bassmaster Elite Series. We saw him doing very well here back in July when the Elites were here. A little bit different conditions, different sorts of challenges this time around. We'll get deep into that as we progress through the day, but it should be good all day long. Corey Johnston now live, currently in 3rd place.
For those tuning in, unlike any other body of water in the world, a 4.5 pounder here may be looked upon as a smaller fish. Corey Johnston, 3 in the live well, all 4.5 pounds or so. So if Corey Johnston says it's a pretty good one, this would be one that's probably bigger and one that he wouldn't mind weighing in when it comes down to it at the end of the day.
We've noted on the elites that he and his brother, younger
So
brother
many over
Chris,
here, these things are stuffed.
share
Just gotta
fish.
get lucky and catch some 5.5s and 6s.
They share fish in their earnings, and today Corey gets the big best spots.
Come on, big girl.
Corey Johnston, who has notched 2 top 10s here in the last 3 years, his 3-year career with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
He's not that big, actually. Good one, but
Corey, one of the 4 Canadians fishing in our top 10. Hey, if you want to beat the Canadians up on a body of water that's split by Canada, you got to be at the top of the leaderboard.
Welcome, everybody, to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon in the house as well. So it's so much fun, so great to shake things up a little bit here on Bassmaster Live and bring you some really extensive coverage of a very, very important day in our Opens coverage.
It is. It's a huge day because these anglers are going from a dream and a path of just trying to make it professionally, wanting to fish at the top level of our sport, the Bassmaster Elite Series. And this is how you do it, qualifying through the Bassmaster Northern Open, Central, and Southern Opens. We'll cover all those the rest of the year. So guys punching their tickets today is huge, and the Bassmaster Classic, the biggest sport of them all, qualifying
Absolutely.
today.
A real treat today. Also a treat to welcome our constant companion, one of our associates, Davey High. Davey, I know you know the importance of this to all of these anglers out there, and you can tell us something about the quality of the competition in the Open Series.
Well, the quality of the competition in the Opens are just phenomenal, and it gets tougher and tougher each and every year. You know, Tommy, you remember it was probably before Ronnie was born, but way back in the early 90s, I was doing the exact same thing that these anglers are doing, trying to qualify to make it to the top level of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. And it's really, really tough. I was the last person to get in my rookie year, and that's how my career really got started. So a lot on the line for these young anglers.
Well, Davey, great to have you with us. We are going to visit with Davey about he's so much experience he has here on the water and also analyzing what goes on in this incredible Thousand Islands fishery. As we get back out on the water and take a look at some of the action earlier today from Corey Johnston. Hard, Davey, not to figure this guy to be one of the favorites to win. He may be the majority favorite.
Well, we've seen Chris and Corey Johnston, not just up on the St. Lawrence River along the Canadian border, but all the way down in Florida, all the way over in Texas. And these anglers are great, but certainly when you talk about the St. Lawrence River, you have to think about Chris and Corey Johnston. And Corey Johnston, I talked to him last night, and he said, man, if I can get on that spot out in the lake, I think I can catch 27 pounds again.
Back out now live with Corey. Corey, who lives in Cavan, Ontario. And Davey, what does it mean now that unlike when we were here with the elites in July, we now have the Canadian side open?
Yeah, it opens up a lot of water. You know, the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario obviously are just huge. And we've never, you know, I don't think it's ever been crowded, even with the restrictions when they could only fish U.S. waters. But certainly Chris and Corey Johnston, being from Canada, love to see that Canadian waters open. And, you know, we saw Chris make a big jump yesterday, and I talked to Corey last night. I said, are you guys fishing the same water? And he said, no, Chris will not go to where he caught that big stringer yesterday. If I can get out there and catch 27 pounds again, I think I can win this thing.
Switch on over. Currently 4th place on the leaderboard is Gary Atkins, Green Bay, Wisconsin. And a terrific tournament. Gary with 25-10 on day 1, 22-11 yesterday. He has fished the other 2 events in the Northern Opens at with an 18th place on James River, and 93rd, unfortunately, on Oneida.
You mentioned a great finish at the James River, Tommy, but a poor one at Oneida, so maybe the elite qualifications out of the picture for Gary, but the Classic, one of 5 anglers who can punch the ticket to the Classic today, which can still make an angler's career and really open him up to the world of fishing.
Yeah, if you're just joining us,
Number 4.
Have to have fished the other 2 events in the
3.5.
Northern Open to qualify
Yes.
for that Classic slot if you can win here. Take a look at Gary from earlier today. He had a great day, number 1. Felt like he was back on that same thing from day 1 today. Conditions, as you pointed out earlier before we came on the air, very similar to day 1.
One key for Gary is he is sharing that area with Adam Nye, his roommate, and they both stumbled upon it. One of them started there early on day 1. That was Gary, lit it up. Adam showed up late on day 1, caught him big time, and then it flip-flopped. Adam really caught him early on day 2. Gary waited to the last hour to catch him. They both started there this morning, and the key for their area is matching that current, drifting at the appropriate speed. Adam was missing his drift on day 1. Gary was drifting too quick on day 2. They both have dialed that in and know exactly how quick they need to float back with that current so their bait is presented perfectly to those smallmouths.
Well, that's what the day has looked like so far, and a good day for Gary Atkins again, currently in 4th place. Let's get out to one of our locals. This is one of the big features of the Opens, Davey Hyde. Guys who are local anglers, they may not have fished a Bassmaster event in a while, but boy, they can sure go to toe-to-toe with anybody like Dean Mackes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dean got off to a good start earlier this morning, just like Gary did. And that's so important to get a few fish in live well. What you have to keep in mind, these anglers are not, especially with just the top 10 here, they're not trying to catch the numbers of fish. You can only weigh in your 5 largest fish. And a lot of times these anglers were only getting 8 or 10 bites. But the right size is so important because you can catch 20 or 30 bass out on Lake Ontario or in the St. Lawrence River. And if they're not quality fish, you'll be at the bottom of the pack. These anglers are certainly targeting these 4, 5, and even 6-pound smallmouth.
That's a great point, Davey, about catching the 5 biggest you can catch. That's why we say Corey Johnston not necessarily content with 4.5-pounders, which are some of the most fun fish to catch. That's what separates the Johnstons and some of those anglers at the top of the leaderboard from the rest of the field is 4.5-pounders are fine, but if I can catch 5-pounders, I'm going to be well above them and have a shot to win.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it's really incredible. I talked about starting my career in the 90s. When you were at the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, if you caught 4.5-pounders, you were a rock star. And now you really don't think you can win with 4 and 4.5-pounders. These anglers are looking for 5 and even 6-pound smallmouth. It's really incredible in 20 years the way the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario smallmouth have gotten bigger and bigger.
We're going to go on plane.
Not what we're looking for right there. These little stupid critters that will not go into the live well or make it back. But we are off to a start. In fact, we've been fishing for about an hour and change, hour and a half so far, and definitely one of the favorites coming into this one, Corey Johnston of Canada on top, and his neighbor Cal Clemson, literally from 50 feet away, is in second place. Adam Nye, Gary Adkins, Jonathan Kelly, who's punched his ticket to the elites, all in the mix. We got much more on the way.
The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Final day for the big finale, the final day, championship day at the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. Wrapping it up for the Northern Opens this year. A big, big day, and one of these anglers will punch his ticket to the Classic as we look at our leaderboard by a Bass Track. Corey Johnston, who's already punched his ticket to the Classic due to a fourth-place finish in Angler of the Year points in the Elite Series. So we look to spot number 2 as the man in charge right now. But boy, it is so close and far too close to call. And Davey Hyde is with us, and Davey, you can talk about how important it is to these guys. What a thrill it would be for any of them, the ones that haven't already qualified for the Classic, to make it there to that World Championship.
You're exactly right. I mean, as a tournament angler, whether you're fishing local tournaments, club tournaments, local team tournaments, the ultimate goal in our sport is to qualify for the Bassmaster Classic and then win the Bassmaster Classic. You certainly have to make it before you can win it. It means so much. There's so much on the line that your career starts with a berth to the Bassmaster Classic.
Take a look at Jonathan Kelly, our points leader. He's had the most consistent performance 2021 and Northern Opens. Currently standing in 5th place. This is him getting an early start today. Didn't take him long to get a limit, but they weren't as big as he would like.
Jonathan Kelly mixing in a Carolina rig, also football jigs, and then when he's not getting bit by those, he will go to a drop shot, which is really a staple and standard here. But for bait-wise, Davey, it's refreshing to see an angler rely on a Carolina rig and some football jigs to catch some of these fish. That's definitely a southern tactic brought up north for these fish.
It definitely is, and it's always been a real good smallmouth technique. Drop shot, Carolina rig. Almost every time we come to the St. Lawrence River, you see anglers using those two baits, those two techniques.
Now live with Jonathan Kelly and Davey. I mean, it looks like the kindest, gentlest little pond in the world out there today. That's an odd sight, really, when you know this place very well.
It is, and the forecast, they've been blessed with good weather and lower winds. You see here on the right, looks like Corey Johnston is hooked up again. But they've been blessed with really good weather. Corey, talking to him last night, he said, I'm really concerned. I think there'll be 5- and 6-footers this afternoon out on the lake. So we'll see that change, and predicted to be out of the south, which make it very, very difficult for these anglers. But Corey's off to a great start. Most of these anglers are. So we'll see how things progress in the afternoon as those winds build. And one thing this you have to think of with the winds, the current changes, the current speeds up, the current slows down, or maybe even changes directions on a particular body area that you're on. So these anglers might have to move around and adjust a little bit as the day progresses. And Ronnie, you talked about the Carolina rig, the football jig, that sort of thing. Corey Johnston is one of the few anglers that I know of that made the top 10. Maybe the only one that's just using a drop shot only.
Solid one.
I would agree with that, Davey. A lot of different techniques, a lot of guys having to switch it up because these fish are fatter than they were when we were here in July. They're more healthy, farther away from that post spawn. They're feeding up for that fall and that winter transition. but also they've broken up, not 100 fish schools or 50 fish schools. There's a lot of individual fish that are really smart after a full fishing season, and you have to switch up those baits. So it's interesting that Corey has been able to do it with that one technique.
Adam, nice and footage from earlier today. Also, a guy getting a good quick start.
They're all over that outside edge. You might as well drift off of it. I've caught. No, I haven't been seeing many where I get in them to bite either. Oh. Huh? I'll get to it. Takes some people longer. God, he knocked slack in it. It's the second one that pulled off like that for me. Peg's plenty tight.
Davey mentioned it with Tommy earlier that this spot, this drift that Adam Nye and Gary Atkins you just saw, then pan over to Gary Atkins, these two anglers came into the day 5th and 8th on the leaderboard, but they have found the best stretch weight-wise on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, Thousand Islands this week. They've amassed almost 100 pounds in 2 days there combined.
Huh?
It's really incredible what certain key stretches can produce here on the St. Lawrence River, and we see these two misses almost back to back along this drift. And you were Ronnie and Tommy, you were talking about earlier about these anglers fishing these areas for multiple days, and it's late in the seasons. There's been a lot of tournaments here on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario throughout the summer, and these fish get wary, and it's hard to really imagine if you haven't just seen this, but these smallmouth bass they'll be protective of an area even when they're not spawning, and they'll like want to kill the bait or not want the bait around them, but not actually eat it. And that's when you have a lot of these misses that actually happen. When these smallmouth want to actually eat that bait, you can't take it away from them.
And Adam mentioned that he might be doing it right now, pulling up spot, going back up and drifting, but he said he's had to switch between a tube, which is something that our coworker Mark Zona would love to hear, that a tube is factoring on the final day at a Great Lakes event, but also switching to a Ned rig, which they're theoretically very, very similar baits, bottom bouncing baits, imitating goby, but the profiles are a little different. Maybe the fall rate, the way they drift through those rocks and boulders is a little bit different. And for their 3rd, 4th, 5th passes of the day on some of these drifts, that switch has been key for Adam in the afternoon.
If you're just picking up with us, the Bassmaster Opens, BassPro.com, Bassmaster Opens, the final step, the final landing before you step up to the highest level, the Bassmaster Elite Series, but also features some of the greatest talent because for whatever reason, some of these guys don't fish the Elite Series because they specialize in a single part of the country. They want to do their work there. There's some tremendous, tremendous anglers out there, and we have many who fit that description in our top 10. We're down to 10 on this final day to decide who wins and punches their ticket to the Bassmaster Classic here from the Northern Opens.
And Tommy, there's also some, you don't see this, but it is the final event in this division. There's some people watching that aren't actually in this event that are pulling for certain anglers that'll help them and maybe pulling against some other anglers. And these guys, for the most part, I mean, by far the majority get along great. If you have an issue, if you have a mechanical issue or something on the water, everyone helps everyone out. But when it gets down to the wire here for that ticket for the Bassmaster Classic or qualifying for the Bassmaster Elite Series, there's some anglers that are pulling for and against certain anglers.
That's right. If you were just outside the cut line from the Bassmaster Elite Series, you don't want one of these guys who is qualified, which is half of our top 10, to punch the ticket, because that means you're going to remain outside the cut line.
And to break that down a little further, Tommy, you mentioned that 5 of our anglers fishing today, Championship Saturday, they have the option to qualify for the Classic if they win. 1st place, 4th place, 7th, 8th, and 10th all have a shot coming into today. But yes, you mentioned it. Scott Martin sitting at home from the Elite Series. If Corey Johnston, Cal Clemson, Adam Nye, Dean Meckes, and Chris Johnston, one of those 5 wins, it will go down to the elite list, and Scott Martin will make his first ever Bassmaster Classic.
Yes, we have some extremely interested viewers out there today. They're getting an eyeful so far, and a little bit early to call who's going to be the winner, and that's the way it should be. They go down to the final fish of the day.
Finally, I caught you.
2 o'clock Eastern time is when the fish is wrapped up. We have seen some good numbers coming into the boats today, and some of the guys have caught a few of the right ones. You got to have 5-pounders all the way through if you're going to play today.
There was over a dozen bags weighed in the first 2 days, over 25 pounds. We've seen 27.5 pounds get weighed. You're going to have to catch 26 plus if you want to win today.
2 Canadians at the top of our leaderboard right there, Corey Johnston and Cal Clemson. Adam Nye of Wisconsin, Gary Atkins also of Wisconsin. Rounding out 3 and 4, plenty more to come from Thousand Islands.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Well, today on Fox's Big Noon Saturday, it's going to be a Pac-12 Big Ten heavyweight showdown. Start Saturday strong with the Big Noon kickoff pregame show at 10 a.m. Eastern, live from the Horseshoe. Then at noon Eastern, number 12 Oregon takes on 3rd-ranked Ohio State. One of the most anticipated games of the season. A huge Big Noon Saturday begins at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Definitely looking forward to all that today. Big sports weekend coming up today. We welcome you to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Mike Suchan in the house as well. And, you know, we talk about all the difficulties, how they're biting weird. It's been a smallmouth beatdown all week.
You know it. It is ranking a total weight top 3 in the history of the Opens. And Corey Johnston was 74 pounds, 6 ounces. He is 2nd all-time in open total weight already.
How are you going to beat that? That's 3 days of fishing. 3 days of fishing.
Smallmouth. Those other
all the other ones were largemouth events.
Yeah, smallmouth. This is one of the best fisheries in the world. That's why it almost breaks 100 every time we come here for 4 days. It's so close.
Absolutely. And Davey Height, I mean, just yet another reason why this place just seems to get better and better every year.
It absolutely does. And keep in mind, this is late summer. Technically, it feels like fall in many parts of the country, especially up there where those anglers are fishing. But this is late summer fishing. If these fish were pre-spawn, they would be weighing even heavier than this. One thing I do notice, though, Corey Johnston looks like he's pulled out, you know, to a substantial lead, obviously 6 pounds, 8 ounces. I don't think he's quite where he needs to be to have a chance to win this event. He's still got to do a little upgrading.
With that in mind, let's take you right out onto Lake Ontario and check in with Corey Johnston. This is live.
Davey, you're exactly right. With Coop Gallant having 52 pounds and over 25 each of the first 2 days, that's a 77. That's a projected 77-pound tournament. So Corey does have some work to do if he still wants to be safe. He'll probably never feel safe on this body of water, though.
Yeah, and keep in mind, that's bass track, that's unofficial weights. You always got to realize on big water like this, they have to also bring those fish in, put them on the scales to be weighed before they're official. Big fish here for Corey, though. Wow. That's just really incredible when he almost didn't even take a second look at that fish, and that was a beautiful smallmouth bass.
And his first look, Davey, was only from his side eye. He didn't really even gauge it, didn't even want to give it consideration.
He told me it would take 74 pounds to win, and with 24 today, he's right there.
Yeah, you're right, Such, and Ronnie, you always crunch those numbers also, and he's right there, but I wouldn't feel comfortable, and I bet he doesn't feel comfortable with the 74 yet. He's going to have to upgrade. And the big deal is when you're when you've got 20 plus pounds in the live well, it's much more difficult to upgrade than some of those other anglers with 15 to 18 pounds.
Jonathan Kelly, your points leader. 3 events, 3 championships in the Northern Division this year. Currently in 5th place here today. Got a limit, but the size hasn't shown up yet.
We have a lot of different series on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, high school, college, the Opens, Nation, a lot of different ways to make it to the top level of the sport. And Jonathan came through the college series, fished at Coastal Carolina, but that does not mean he's a Southern boy from the state of Pennsylvania, knows the Northeast very well, and leading the points race. How about this, Tommy? A 22-year-old Alex Redwine qualifying for the Elite Series and a 25-year-old Jonathan Kelly, both younger than the youngest current pro on the Elite Series.
And that JT Tompkins is 19, and he's 4th in points.
I don't know if he's watching, but that one's for Tyler.
Well, they're getting so good, so young, so early in their careers. Take a look at those open points right now. We head into the final day, or into the final day, and there's Jonathan Kelly right on top. Great campaign throughout his Northern Opens this year. Michael Iaconelli, a lot of people might recognize.
Yeah, that's a familiar name.
From
I've heard
World
that name.
Fishing. Absolutely, they're tucked into 2nd place, actually tied with the aforementioned Alex Redwine. So, man, some great performances.
And the only movement that can happen today, Jonathan Kelly's the only one fishing. They have a 29-point lead over 4th. If Kelly finished below his 4th place starting position, maybe like 10th place, he would drop to 3rd, but all 3 safe and secure for their Elite Series berth if they so choose. That's the deal. You can say no if you're not ready, or if you don't necessarily want to make that move, and that will help an Elite Series pro that won't get kicked out once those standings become final.
I talked to Kelly yesterday. He said his family, his dad owns a construction business. In the winters, they plow parking lots or whatnot, and they've been taking on more jobs to start an elite fund. Yes.
That's how you do it.
And then he said he's going to go working on getting more sponsors.
Yes, I think I know that Iaconelli guy you were mentioning. He seemed familiar, and it's because he won the Bass Nation Kayak Series event at the Chesapeake Bay a couple weeks ago.
Exactly right.
I thought I remembered that number, so a multifaceted angler in his own right, for sure.
Hasn't he won everything, Ronnie? And
basically so.
B.A.S.S?
You said earlier he won your heart suit, so I know that's another. Yeah.
Again, we're live with Adam Nye.
Ike's been everywhere. They've been bowled with Kyle Troop, who's on Fox Bowling coverage.
Adam, one of those anglers who did not fish the other 2 Northern Opens. He has fished 1 Open this year, but was in the Southerns down on Pickwick in Alabama.
Small call. Yeah. Small one. Catching a bunch of release fish, it's not good. Probably the ones we threw back the other day. Bigger. $3 1/4. Not very big.
Adam knocked out 25 pounds plus on day number 2, an upgrade from his day 1 by a pound.
I don't like that we're catching fish with hook marks in their face, so. Gary's got one on way up there.
By far one of the best numbers and sizes for Gary and Adam at their spot currently this morning, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, to give you a little breakdown. Not only is the St. Lawrence River, Thousand Islands, this region, Clayton, New York, a great bass fishery. It was largemouth way back in the day. Now it's smallmouth. But it's also a great tourist destination. If you've never been to upstate New York, it definitely is not the city life. It is definitely a beautiful country atmosphere. And if you want to, you can go up to Thousand Islands, maybe get a fishing guide and catch the fish of a lifetime, or go and take a tour of all of these legendary castles. And a lot of there are 1,000 islands roughly on this body of water, castles littered across that area as well. Giant boat tours you can have. There's so many places to see, so many things to do, and you can check it out on Bassmaster's brand new partner website. Go outside and you can check out any destination. The St. Lawrence River, upstate New York, the low country of South Carolina. You can go to so many places, and a lot of that information on how to explore it, camp it, enjoy those places is on Go Outside through Bassmaster.com. So check that out as well. St. Lawrence River, hey, it's a bucket list for fishing as well. It's hard to look at everything else and enjoy it when you're looking at 5-pounders, but it is a beautiful part of the country.
Absolutely. It's for hunting, fishing, all of it. New York State, one of the top states in the union. A lot of people don't realize that. Those two pursuits are huge here in the Empire State. But it's Canada's Corey Johnston from Ontario across the border on the side of the lake there, hanging on with a good, solid lead, but still early hours here at the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at 1,000 Islands. Cal Clemson, Adam Nye, all giving chase. We'll be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at 1,000 Islands.
Final day for the Northern Opens. They've been to the James River, Lake Oneida here in the Empire State, wrapping it up at 1,000 Islands. And boy, just beautiful, calm conditions right now. Canada's Corey Johnston on top. Canada's Cal Clemson right behind him. Adam Nye and Gary Atkins, Great Lakes guys from the state of Wisconsin, coming over here and doing very well. And our points leader throughout the Northerns, Jonathan Kelly, hanging in there in 5th place. As we say, great conditions today. And as we bring in and still visiting with our great associate, the former Classic champ, 2-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Davey Height. The wind coming out of the southwest, supposed to pick up later in the day. Is that the kind you want, or is that not the kind you want?
Well, that's not the kind you want here on the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario, but these anglers are off to a great start. We're here with Dean, and you see he's back almost 20 pounds, but positive thing for him, he's in the river much more protected than those anglers like a Corey Johnston that is out on Lake Ontario.
Dean, the closest thing to a hometown
There he
favorite.
goes.
Coming
There
from,
the girl.
Clayton, New York.
We talked about the different baits, the different techniques that these anglers are using. You see Dean here with a bait caster in his hand, which probably means this fish is on a Carolina rig, maybe a tube, something with heavier line, and using the bait caster equipment. Most of the anglers using the light line, 6-8 pound test with spinning equipment.
Not the size that Dean wants. Speaking of the term Carolina, we got a little Carolina football matchup coming up today, which I think both of you guys have some interest in. ECU, your alma mater, and Davey, the Gamecocks. Those two squaring off today. It's going to be a blast.
Honestly, I don't really care if ECU loses or wins because both schools have been on such a downturn. I don't know if it's bragging rights or if it's just the worst team to win. I don't know.
Sagging rights to
Come on, Ronnie. Don't be a cup half empty kind of guy now. It's a great matchup. I can't. It is football's on everyone's brain. We're all big football fans. I just can't get over the Cal Clemson being in second place here. It's like Clemson's playing South Carolina State, not Cal today. Cal's in second place here.
Corey hooked up?
Corey Johnston hooked up. Another good fish for Corey. I think Corey expected the wind to be stronger earlier in the day than it's starting to pick up, like you mentioned, Tommy, but it's still, you can tell the rollers are growing, but it's not quite as rough at this point, like Corey was very concerned that it would be. And the big change there, if he stays out and those waves do get to be 4 or 5, maybe even 6 feet, is the forward-facing electronics these anglers are using, that sort of thing, with the trolling motor coming out of the water, and it makes it difficult. They just have to drift and can't target these fish, these individual fish, when it gets rough like they can when it is calmer.
We're looking at the wind finder, Davey. It's going to be forecasted winds are higher near Clayton, our launch spot, than actually out in Ontario.
Get in here. There's a whole whack of them down there. He's not going to help me, I don't think.
Mentioned it. A lot of these guys fishing for individual fish, not schools of them, but Corey just mentioned he found a spot that did have more than one. So oftentimes, Davey, will these match up size-wise? If he catches a 3.5, is there going to be a bunch of 3.5s, or are there going to be a big one if he catches them out? Is it hopeful for him? Yeah,
Ronnie, they're kind of in groups, and you catch a 3.5, a lot of those fish will be in that maybe 3 3/4, 3 1/4 kind of range there within a pound. The bigger fish, those 5 and 6 pounders, don't seem to school up as often as these 3 pounders do. We did see Taku in the summer in July actually find a school of 5 pounders, but that's very, very rare. When you're trying to catch these 5 and 6 pounds, he's hooked up again. When you're trying to catch these 5 and 6 pound largemouth, you're looking for individual fish more often than not.
I may have detoured us off the college football talk, but I am very excited for the Pirates today. They finally get to host South Carolina in Greenville. Normally we have to go to Williams-Brice in Columbia, not far from Davey's home there, and he could probably hear the cheers or the boos from his front porch, but today they'll be in Greenville, and I got to go back this summer for the first time since graduating and see it, and it kind of brought chills back remember all the sports moments, and it's a great time of year for fishing up north, and it's a great time for college football and baseball and basketball starting up soon.
And these guys are out here fishing today to earn a trip to South Carolina.
Yes.
Next March.
The Super Bowl of Bass Fishing, the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, which we say the winning prize today is $40,000 to $50,000, and they would love that. But if you're qualified for the Classic, the possibility to win $300,000 is hopeful for your future. So you're excited about those odds.
You're exactly right. There's nothing wrong with winning $40,000 or $50,000, but that $300,000 and the title of being the world champion, the Bassmaster Classic champion, no one can ever take that away. That's what these anglers' ultimate goal is to make it there and then hold that trophy over their head.
I think. Should help.
is a good one.
That fish will help Corey. We've seen him catch a number of fish that would not help him, and it's difficult to upgrade once you get up around that 25-pound mark for 5 bass, but that one will help Corey Johnston.
Corey, right on track today, 25 pounds each day so far. Speaking of South Carolina, let's keep the theme going.
Yeah.
Go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina's Timmy Tompkins.
I believe that's a big one.
Tompkins was one of our inaugural anglers to be on Opens Live coverage last year when we did the Opens Live. He factored at a couple of those events. Him and his son, he's gotten all the screen time on Bassmaster Live, and his son has been so close to qualifying for the elites, just a spot or two out the last 2 seasons. And Timmy will take the screen time, but I know he would love for his 19-year-old son. He would be the second youngest to ever qualify for the elites if JT
Not as
could have
big
done
as
it.
I thought.
What is good? If you're 28 years old, you're over.
I know.
The world
Well,
of fishing.
thank you, Tommy. I turned 28 this year. I appreciate that. Wow, and now I'm one of the old guard.
Davey, I was talking to Bill Perkins, who won our last Open on Oneida, and that's the only one, his first ever B.A.S.S. event. He wins it. He's from the area, so he didn't think he could go and expand and fish the James and things like that. He's not qualified for the Classic. So the question is, how do you know when to make that jump? I mean, you're the local stick, you're the local hammer, and everybody says, oh, you can compete with those guys. And Perkins was telling me, no, you don't know. These guys have dedicated the time and the travel, and it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, and I don't know if there is an answer on when do you know when it is time, because it's just a personal decision. There's so many things that factor in, but when you're on a roll and you're doing well in the Opens, you better keep that momentum going.
A solid fish there for Timmy Tompkins.
So we
Always a pleasure to get good, solid stuff from our colleague Davey Height there. Some good South Carolina action going on. And Davey, we're putting together the 2022 season sort of in a way here in this final event in the Northern Opens, and it's really fascinating to watch. And how can you pass up a trip to Thousand Islands?
Yeah, it's just phenomenal fishing. I don't think this tournament is over yet. Corey Johnston has a substantial lead, but he needs to upgrade maybe 1 or 2 more times. A lot of fishing left. It's such a great fishery. So often if an angler had a 7-pound lead this far into the final day, you'd say it's basically over, but it's not over yet. Corey Johnston needs to put a few more fish in the live well. Such a great fishery, the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, and I hope we go back there many, many more times in the future.
Well, Davey, thank you so much. Always great stuff. Great to hear from Davey Hyde on any subject, bass fishing. We go to a special place like this where Davey has done some of his best work. No doubt about it. Absolutely.
We've got our day 2 leader, Coop Gallant. Got an update from the water. He is 4 for 11. Not the weight that he wants, but is up into 5th place. Davey Hyde, we appreciate you joining us. And, man, if the leaders are starting to charge up, Corey Johnston might feel some heat on his back. He's going to keep adding to that 25 pounds in his live well as we come back from commercial break.
Watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Tonight on Fox, join us as the Yankees and the Mets take Citi Field on the 20th anniversary of the day America will never forget. That's tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Great day to think about your first responders, your firemen, your policemen, your EMTs, and all our military folks as well, all the people who keep us safe. We're thinking of them today. Back out to this action, the final stop of the year for the Northern Opens. BassPro.com Northern Opens. from the James River through Oneida, and the final day here at the Thousand Islands, and a whole lot at stake today, Ronnie Moore.
Top 3 anglers from our points race, which is a 3-event series, 3 days per competition, so 9 total days. The top 3 in the points get an Elite Series berth to the top level of the sport of fishing. But the winner today has a chance to go to the Bassmaster Classic. If they fished the other 2 events, half of our top 10 will have that opportunity. But we mentioned in the points race, Jonathan Kelly, former college angler, in the lead for that points race, possibly could wrap it up today. Michael Iaconelli and Alex Redwine wrap it up 2nd and 3rd, tied for that position. And diverse backgrounds. We got 22-year-olds who have just started their careers making it. You got Mike Iaconelli, a longtime veteran of the sport, making it all. So many walks of life to qualify for the elites.
Good stuff. A lot on the line. Back to our leader, Corey Johnston. Some of the highlights from his morning is, you know, he says I'm not catching, he's catching numbers today, that's for sure. And he's got at least 4 of the right kind.
He's mentioned it. Every time we've been here for the Elite Series, it's only been New York waters in play. And he said 4 days of competition, something happens on one of those days where I would love to run to Canada and go to a spot that I know. And he hasn't been able to, but with the regulations and the border fishing-wise getting opened up about a month ago, he's able to fish in Canada, and boy, does he feel welcomed home. Really putting it together, another strong day today already.
I think he'll help.
He's our leader, Corey Johnston. It's just finished up his 3rd year at the very top level of competition, the Bassmaster Elite Series. His brother last year became the first Canadian
so
to
many
take a
of them
win
right here.
on the series.
Right here.
Right here on the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario.
And our other Canadian, Jeff Gustafson, won last year, and Corey's the only Canadian left, and they kind of razz him about it.
Such, I heard that if he was to win today, that you were going to deem Corey Johnston the last Canadian to win on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. Is that true? You're
I don't know. There may be more coming. We don't know with these other guys.
You can't say that.
I mentioned that last night with Cal Clemson, his next-door neighbor, who was the day 1 leader of this event, and Cooper Gallant, leader after day 2. What the Johnstons and Jeff Gustafson have meant to the country of Canada. The
sport up there, yeah.
For them wanting to jump out and make the risk or try to qualify as well, the motivation these 3 anglers have done.
That was a frickin' giant.
And how rough talking those Canadians are. He probably said, oh, if those Johnstons can do it, I can do it.
Exactly. It's the first little blemish we've seen from Corey Johnston today. Otherwise, a flawless morning so far.
Perfect, but for that. And he said that was a good one, too. Back up to our local favorite, Dean Meckes. So many hours put in. This incredible fishery through the years.
Oldest competitor in our field right now, it's 60.
So Gilbert, do you deer hunt down in Florida?
With the hook set of a 20-year-old.
was thinking of boat flipping that dude. No matter what, you lose on that. If it comes off boat flipping.
Dean fishing his first Bassmaster event in about a decade out there. Enjoying his day so far. He sure would like to jump a bunch of those big ones, though, before we get too much farther along. Good start today. We witnessed it from Adam Nye of Wisconsin.
I picked up what Dean was putting down last night on the phone. He started whispering and getting quieter and quieter into the phone call. And I said, Dean, I understand if there's someone around you, you don't want to say what you're doing. Just say no, and we'll move on with the conversation. And he was like, yeah, there's a lot of people around me right now, and I don't want to say anything.
Oh, see, it never changes.
Nope. Adam Nye with such a fantastic morning, probably the best morning of anyone, numbers and even size-wise, and still only has moved up one spot. That's how hard it is to stack weight here, because there's kind of a threshold. 20 pounds is expected. That's a walk in the park at times.
Yeah, that's just the price of admission.
Not a giant. Just like a spunky 4-pounder. Amazing. Look at this thing. My drag's not that loose. He's probably all the way back down there on the bottom. Just give up, smallmouth. Just want to take you for a ride. Come on, buddy.
Your friends now.
Not even 4. Not gonna help much. If he does. Maybe I don't even know if he helps. All right, let's do some calling.
Second place, Gary Adkins on the ride. Good morning for him. He has reached that 20-pound threshold unofficially and hooked up now.
Oh, it's a giant.
Very, very interesting how you can see Adam Nye hook up and Gary Adkins hook up almost within the same time window on the same stretch.
Yeah.
It's that drift, or it's the perfect lineup for these guys.
Stay down, stay down. I got him hooked real good. Come here, baby. Come here. Yes. There. That's the right one. That's 5. solid 4 1/4.
Gary Adkins, Adam Nye.
That's the difference, man. Adam catching one just under 4 doesn't hardly help. Gary catching one just over 4 definitely helps, and that's the difference in Gary moving up from 8th into 2nd place.
Back to our leader, Corey Johnston, and just constantly hooking up. A lot of attention paid in the earlier previous days coverage of these guys having to deal with so many small, little, undersized fish. But their point is, it's been a great year for production for these year-class fish. It's going to be for sure good news for the future, as if they need it here. It just seems to get better every year.
Good spawning season. Get out to where they live. The bait is great. That's what a couple anglers noted. Not only are these fish keying in on goby, which are kind of like just big chicken tenders, you know,
Sure.
a good meal for them, but also a lot more bait balls. Cooper Gallant was saying he could see a lot of fish relating to bait balls and be able to cast to those bait balls. It drops through and fish below it bite your bait. So these fish are definitely staying around a lot of the forage, which is why they've definitely ballooned to bigger sizes in the recent years for sure.
Haven't seen this one yet, but it feels big. So hard to tell with these things, you just never know. Could be a 3-pounder.
One of the misconceptions, Tommy, is that the Johnstons just live on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, Thousand Islands. They're always here fishing, and that's not necessarily the case. They say a lot of times they don't fish here until the next tournament time comes and they go and practice.
A great big one.
Granted, they have a lot more time on the water than other pros and on the Elite Series and people not regionally from there, but it's not like this is their home body of water. So I couldn't imagine the secrets they know about their home body of water, but because of what they know about Lake Ontario.
Big one.
Oh boy.
That's a big one.
Trying to slam that door. It's kind of eluded him. The win here, we've talked about it. This might be his kind of parade around for a trophy this week.
I'm sure he feels like he's owed one here. We can talk of a lot of reasons why that is true. But Corey Johnston, he's already punched his ticket to the Classic, but he looks like he's trying to just do it again symbolically here with a great effort in the morning hours of this Open in the Thousand Islands.
The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Well, the Dovetail Games drone is up and flying on this day, giving us some beautiful views of this beautiful part of the country, the Empire State of New York and the St. Lawrence River. Fall is about to pop. Probably this morning it felt a lot like fall for these anglers when they took off with all their heavy clothing on. It's going to be a beautiful day, though, up around 69, 70 degrees. Just a perfect day for the last day of fishing. The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open's Northern Division. We got 10 anglers out there. Fly that thing under the bridge.
Is
Would
he
you fly
going?
it under the bridge, please?
Is he going to?
Oh, he's got to.
Don't hit the geese.
We have thrown down the gauntlet. Don't hit the geese. Okay. Boy, it's taking forever to get under this bridge here.
It is.
But that's okay. The view is worth it. Man, you always cherish a trip to the St. Lawrence, to the Thousand Islands, Lake Ontario. We bring in now one of our beloved colleagues, the beloved host of the MC for the Bassmaster Elite Series and the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, our guy, Dave Mercer. Dave, so much time, so many hours spent on this incredible fishery. How's it showing off in your mind today?
Well, I got an email from somebody, guys, and they said there's just not enough Canadian content on today's show.
No.
So I guess that's what I'm doing here. But, man, this fishery never lets it down. I mean, there hasn't been a summer, really, that this fishery has felt the kind of pressure that it has. I mean, every single week since before we were here with the Elite Series, there has been a major tournament on this body of water. But one thing about this place is there's such a small window for these fish to reap their benefit. You know what I mean? In a few months, things are going to be a lot less hospitable out on that body of water. So the thing with northern fish is, man, even with all that pressure, they always deliver, and they have to do one thing and feed. And our weights are showing that these fish are feeding very, very well.
Let's get back on the water as we take a look at massive Lake Ontario there, stretching from the southwest to the northeast and going right in to the St. Lawrence River, and this veteran of the St. Lawrence River and all these environs right here, the well-respected angler, only fishing with bass for the first time in the past decade, Dean B.A.S.S. Congrats to Dean for making it to the top 10 today.
Dean, a familiar face around these parts, guys. I mean, this is, you want to talk about a guy that really, you know, can take a chunk out of the Johnstons. Dean B.A.S.S. is that guy. I mean, right across the border, he guides on this body of water all the time. I mean, he's always part of our events, and it's great to see him in the top 10 here this week.
Oh, yeah. We need this one, baby. We gotta have this one. Come on, girl. Big girl. That's a big girl right there. That's better. That's what we need.
That is a good one. And Tommy, Dave, you know this. We've seen so many 25-plus pound bags here. We saw a couple in July for the Elite Series. They're always the top-level anglers. They're always going to show out. And our big bass that week was, you know, a 6-pounder, something low sixes. We have seen almost half a dozen 6.5 to 6 3/4 pound fish. And Dave, is that simply because, like you said, that feeding window? This is a great month to have a upper echelon 6+ pounder, not a lower echelon.
Yeah, it's all about time of year. I mean, you want to know when you catch the biggest fish on this body of water as late as you possibly can go. I mean, believe it or not, it gets even more grotesque as we move into the fall. These fish have one thing to do this time of year, and that is feed, and feed a lot. People talk about cold fronts and things affecting them, pressure and that sort of thing. These fish, this is about as stable as their life is ever going to be. And as you can see, Adam Nye doing work on them.
Biggest fish of the event so far, Andrew Upshaw's 6-pound, 13-ounce yesterday.
And that was huge for him.
Oh, man.
Only had 3 fish yesterday, so having one that's almost 7 pounds helped save his tournament and keep him up above the midway point.
Points in the overall.
Yes.
Opens.
For qualifications.
Oh my God, come here. Come here. Yeah!
Wow.
Oh.
Holy cow.
Holy crap, that's the biggest one I caught all week. That's like a 6.5, boys. Woo!
That's the Christmas ham right there.
God, I love this sport. Now that's a call. Give me some. Yeah!
Puts him over 23 pounds.
That might have been a sixer right there. We're talking about catching sixers.
I mean,
that
was
looked like an
timely.
all of a sixer right there.
Absolutely. Adam Nye, the only guy really staying in touch with our leader, Corey Johnston. Who else is going to join the fray before we get further on into this all-important final day here on the Thousand Islands? Is it going to be Corey Johnston's day?
Maybe Adam Nye or Gary Atkins. 140 pounds coming from that one spot between those two anglers.
The biggest one I caught all week.
Don't forget about Coop. He's still out there and still very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. We'll be trying to get as much as we can on his situation as we go through the day. Dave Mercer, stay with us. He's going to stick around for a while and help us to figure out, to understand what we are looking at here. And I can tell you, it's been super, super impressive with more to come.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Today on Fox's Big Noon Saturday, it's going to be a Pac-12 Big Ten heavyweight showdown. Big heavyweight showdown. Start Saturday strong with the Big Noon Kickoff pregame show. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern, live from the Horseshoe. Then at noon Eastern, number 12 Oregon takes on third-ranked Ohio State. One of the most anticipated games of the season. A huge Big Noon Saturday begins at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on Fox, the Fox Sports app. We're having our own heavyweight showdown here, the final event of the year. BassPro.com Bassmaster Open's Northern Division. One of these anglers possibly could propel himself into the World Championship. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Moore, Dave Mercer, and Mike Sukan with you today. And Dave, is anyone going to be able to take down Corey Johnston, or has he just got too many weapons out there today?
Corey would like to think nobody's got his shot, but we've learned too much. This body of water, its tournament's far from over. I mean, there's going to be multiple charges, multiple heartbreaks. There's a lot of fishing time left in this derby. But sure, I'd love to see Corey win it. But man, with guys like Dean Mankus out there and just how we've seen his weight change from day one to day two, I mean, anybody could make a charge in this event.
And Dave, you can attest to this. It's often what's unseen on the leaderboard that makes the difference in the tournament. Chris Johnston, 21 pounds uncharacteristically on day one, had mechanical issues half the day. Some of these guys can go catch a giant bag of fish, but can't make it back in time or don't make it back at all after weigh-in. And then some guys can't even get to their fish or fish half the day because it's such a big body of water.
Exactly, Ronnie, and you got Hail Mary plays that happen too with Chris. Let's watch Dean. Whoa, boy. Good one for Dean. But what I was saying is, Chris, when I talked to him last night, he said, I am truly going for broke. He is literally committed to make the run last night anyways. When he talked to me, he said he was going to run out to the False Ducks Islands, which is a long, long way, especially if it gets nasty this afternoon.
Adam Nye hooked up again live.
Trying to top his
Stay on there.
brown cow that he caught last
That was a giant
last fish catch.
hubcap.
Biggest one of the day.
How now, brown
Stay
cow?
on there, big girl. I don't know how big it is, but oh my God. This one's bigger. This might be a 7. Holy shit. This might be a 7. It's huge.
Started the day 3 pounds, 1 ounce behind
Don't do
Cooper
it.
Gallant.
Oh my God. Don't you do that.
And only 1.5 behind Corey Johnston.
Oh. No.
God, I suck at landing these things. Quit it. Come here. Come here. Yeah! It's over 6. Oh, shit. Give me some. Yeah.
All right, we apologize for the earthy language there, but it was the heat of the moment.
Oh, hello.
Intense excitement. Oh, there we go.
Show them a puppy. They'll forget about that. If we just show them a puppy, everyone loves puppies, Tommy.
Right. They do. They do. I'm instantly happier. Dean Meckes obviously getting some quality time in
I
there.
got like 16 pounds.
With a four-legged friend right there. Man, good stuff by 9.
That is
absolutely back-to-back giants.
That is huge for him. And that I asked last night. I asked some of these guys, what do you think you could catch off of your spot? If you could catch what's the biggest bag of fish living there? And he said, dude, I think 27, 28 is possible. It's just the problem is me and Gary are sharing it. And we have seen over 150 pounds coming on the scales from these two anglers on that one spot.
Biggest bass we've seen caught on the St. Lawrence was a 713, Ronnie. It's like 6 ounces from the state record.
Back out live with South Carolina's Timmy Tompkins. Timmy with 22.6 on day 1 and 26.5 yesterday. Very much like Dean Meckes' super upgrade on day 2.
The cool thing about today's battle, guys, is it's everything. I mean, it's the last event in the Northern Opens, but it's also, there's no more game planning. There's no more managing fish. I mean, you know, literally your goal is to get the biggest weight possible. When I talked to our tournament leader as of yesterday, Coop, last night, he literally I said, well, what is your wish right now? And he said, just that this is over. Just that this is over. He said, I want it to be over. And man, I'm going to tell you, don't count him out. I'm sure nerves is playing a factor here, but things get right in a hurry on this river. And we learn that over and over again. Literally, you see anglers drop way down that leaderboard, and then they make one right adjustment, and within just a few minutes, things change.
Well, Dave, does it surprise you to see this place where Nye and Atkins are hold up for 3, speaking of fish management, hold up for 3 days like it has?
It doesn't really, just because there's a lot more fish in these areas than I think a lot of people think. I mean, they're not the only ones sharing fish. According to Coop and Cal, they've been splitting fish the majority of the week, fishing right beside each other. And we'll only be able to figure out whether that gamble didn't pay off, you know, at the end of this tournament. But I mean, this is not one of those places where you say, hey, you gotta have it to yourself. It's an advantage, but those fish are constantly moving and constantly replenishing.
Let's get back out to this magic place with Gary Atkins. Adam Nye, not far away.
I mentioned it earlier, Dave, when Davey was with us, that here we go. One of the keys for Gary and for Adam has been their drift speed, making sure they're drifting not too fast or not too slow and going with that current so their bait is presented properly. For viewers at home, they're fishing 25 to 35, maybe even 40 feet of water, yet how quick their boat moves on the surface determines how fast their bait moves on the bottom, and how crucial that can be from catching 15 pounds to 25 pounds.
Yeah, this is truly one of those techniques that watching it here doesn't do it justice. I mean, that bait is literally rushing down that river. I mean, it seems like these guys are just sitting, you know, in the middle of the river. But when you watch that bait come down, it is literally rushing and bouncing off of rocks. And behind those rocks, that's where those smallmouth live. They live in little divots behind those rocks. That's where they get the current breaks. And speed is everything on this river. A key little adjustment like that, just changing your weight or slowing down your drift, drifting a different direction. Because these smallmouth don't move as much. These smallmouth move to different spots within an area, but they generally stay in that area depending on how the current runs. You just got to figure out exactly where they're sitting.
It's a bass. It's a giant bass. Oh my Lord. This might be 7. Come on, baby. Come on. They fight so, they're so strong. Yes. Yes! Another solid 4 3/4. Thought it was a little bigger, but I'll take it. It's definitely going to help me.
2 Wisconsin guys badgering the big bass out there today. This is phenomenal.
See what you did there.
What a day so far.
And look at that. You mentioned it, Dave. You got Corey Johnston fishing by himself. Chris Johnston has left and is not going to bother him. Adam Nye and Gary Adkins fishing the same places. Cal Clemson and Coop Gallant fishing the same places, and they're trying to chase the solo guy, Corey Johnston.
Absolutely. Getting tighter and tighter as we go further into this final day. We'll take a break and come right back.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Well, coming up, it's the Abu Garcia Bassmaster High School Combine. October 15th through 17th, high school anglers from 32 states and 73 different high schools will gather in Decatur, Alabama to showcase their talent to college coaches from across America. On top of that, Abu Garcia is going to reward 2 lucky high school anglers by providing them with an all-expense-paid trip to the Combine, where they'll compete 3 different fishing challenges in front of the coaches from those 23 universities. To enter, visit the Abu Garcia Facebook page. Simply tell them why you deserve to be selected. Parents out there, here's an opportunity to land your child a scholarship. Send your students to the Abu Garcia Facebook page for their chance to win. Guys, did you ever think 10 years ago, Dave, that we would have actual high school combines for bass fishing with coaches and everything from the colleges?
Unbelievable, guys. You know, I remember the stir that went around when the first college angler was going to qualify for the Classic. But wow, since that moment, this has been an absolute steamroller of just excitement about the great sport of fishing. And that's what is most exciting about this. These anglers are going to be tested in ways they've never been tested before. Sure, you can compete, but now you're going to deal with some real pressure. Abu Garcia and Bass are going to make sure that they have some of the best collegiate coaches there asking these guys questions, pressing them to pressure, and I'm telling you, like they say, the hard pressure creates diamonds, and that's what we're seeing with our collegiate anglers, because when they get to the higher levels, like the Opens or even the Bassmaster Elite Series, they've truly been tested in so many ways. I mean, they haven't just dealt with that Bassmaster Classic pressure here, they deal with it trying to make it to the Bassmaster Classic through the collegiate program, and if you ask me, guys, this is just one more giant step in our sport. We will look back on this as a bookend moment in collegiate fishing and the amazing development of anglers, and it'll pay off for years and years to come.
And Dave, you may have known Cooper Gallant well before I did, but in 2015, I remember rolling up to the high school championship, one of the first championships we ever had in high school, and I met the Canadian kids, Cooper Gallant and his teammate, and now we're covering him on Bassmaster Live on the final day of an Open. That is incredible, in just 5 or 6 years.
It really is incredible. A nice fish there for Adam Nye. And I'll tell you, Ronnie, you know, you guys are going to hear a lot about Coop. And Coop, no matter how this works out, I'm going to tell you without a shadow of a doubt, Cooper Gallant is a major player in this sport moving forward, no matter what happens here today. The question, it's not a question of whether Coop is going to make it. This is one of the most driven, 23-year-olds on this planet. This is all he thinks about, and he's had a great group of anglers to learn from. He's sat front row and learned from the Johnstons, from Gussie and guys like that. And if I dare say this, he may be even more prepared for this next step. The amount of study and work that he's put into it, it's been unbelievable. And believe it or not, Coop actually ran a camera for Corey for a little while.
What's that? Yeah, we're battling some waves out here now. It's missed fish. Starting to blow now. It's like they're calling for. We had a few hours in the morning of some nice calm weather, and we took advantage of it. Need 2 more bites today. That's all we need. So we're gonna run some more stuff here and see what we can come up with. There's a bunch of fish around. They're just really hard to catch. These waves don't help it either. They probably bite better in the wind, but it's hard to stay on the fish.
Look at some of the footage from early this morning. Lots of numbers put in the boat. Corey Johnston. And Dave, I think we're all kind of surprised to watch him on the final day back in July in the elite event here. He just, he had everything sort of set in place, and it just didn't fire the way it might have.
Well, and I think that goes down to it. I mean, me and him talked about it afterwards. It goes down to he got beat in this one. Takumi Ito weighed in 26 pounds. I mean, Corey told me he, in his head, went into that tournament thinking, I need about 22 pounds a day to win this tournament. And he did exactly that. He just didn't calculate the storm that was coming from the east in Takumi Ito. And ironically, the exact same thing that happened to Chris Johnston the first time when everybody thought he was going to win on the St. Lawrence. We saw what happened in that situation. He got a big bag come on the final day, obviously from Micah Frazier, and stole that title from him. So it's kind of history repeating itself.
Back to Dean Mecca, still looking for some big ones to show up today.
He's also the very kind of guy that you could see come in with a giant bag here today, at a much bigger day 2.
Yeah, 26 and a half plus on day 2.
He's not going to help me.
How about this stat, Tommy? Of the top 14 in the points for the Northern Open, 8 of the top 14 under the age of 25. We were talking about the high school and college series. 8 of our top 14 finishers in the points for this division under the age of 25. Incredible.
You are really starting to look like an old man.
I am
as
an old guard.
The table here. Boy, the youth movement, the youth quake in full flourish here, especially on this final day of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open. 1,000 Islands. Corey Johnston trying to notch a win here on this final day. Adam Nye, Al Clemson, Gary Adkins, all giving chase. We'll be right back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here, and we are featuring GoOutside.com, a sister website of Bassmaster, exploring the Thousand Islands region. We mentioned it, great for fishing, but it's also very historical. So many castles, so many places to visit, such a beautiful part of the country, upstate New York. You can go to go-outside.com and explore ways of camping, fishing, hunting, cooking, all kinds of different things that you can do outdoors. You can check it out there on go-outside.com.
Beautiful pictures to accompany that run. Yeah, man, what a perfect weather today. Room temperature at its warmest as we swelter through 90 degrees down here. We also enjoyed the weather back in mid-July up on the St. Lawrence River. And Dave, this was a memorable final day. I think you'll agree.
Definitely a magical day in the entire bass fishing world. If they hadn't already fell in love with Takumi Ito that day, because he had what we all dream of happening, that incredible day when it all comes together and you have that magical championship Sunday. And it was magical to the tune of 26 pounds. He sent Corey Johnston, one of the most feared anglers in this body of water, kicking stones up the road. The good news for Corey is Takumi Ito is at home in Japan right now, so he is safe.
5 pounder.
Absolutely. I think he told us he may have been exaggerating. Hundreds of giants beneath his boat on this final day. They just appeared for him there.
And that's a major reason. That's one of the things that has changed in this body of water. It is all about forward-facing sonar, and it is again here this week. Every angler I talked to last night said, man, it's all about seeing what you're fishing in that forward-facing sonar, and that's how Takumi was able to say that he had hundreds of 5-pounders over his boat. But keep in mind, as the day goes on and the water gets rougher, that technology becomes a lot tougher to use, just because you're trolling motors out of the water all the time and you just can't get as clear a reading.
Takumi Ito, ladies.
Dave and Ronnie, I just wonder if that place where Takumi was fishing here, also where Justin Atkins, were those places checked out by these anglers this week, or is it they're pretty much off the table now?
I'm sure they were worked out. I'm actually shocked that Atkins isn't up here fishing. I mean, he's had such a great streak. I mean, I guess he just decided to lay off and go hunting, but I'm sure they got checked. But these fish, I mean, they progressively move out to the lake. They move to their deeper haunts, and really now is prime time. I mean, it's only going to get better in this next month.
Take a view from above. There was our host city of Clayton, and upstream to the south and west, second place, Adam Nye. Caught a couple of giants in the last hour.
Doing his Uncle Bill proud.
What?
Isn't his uncle Bill Nye?
Bill Nye, the science guy.
What?
Yes, that's what we were saying. Bill Nye, the science guy,
Get him,
and it's
Ronnie.
Adam Nye, the smallmouth guy, with his 2 giants earlier, trying to come back.
Oh, you are a caution.
I know.
Yes, you are.
Wow, it's too cheesy. Who would say something like that? Come on.
That is rich.
A little bit too much fromage.
I know a guy who makes nicknames for the Elite Series pros that might dabble in that.
Let's see if he makes it.
Adam with 24 pounds, just an ounce below that on day one, and upped it by a pound and some change the next day. And based on what we've seen, he may up the ante yet again.
It looks like after 3 days of competition, Adam and Gary Adkins sharing this spot have finally dialed it in. Adam did not start here on day one, but finished his day here. He caught him late on day one. Gary caught him early. They flip-flopped and switched it out. Gary caught him late yesterday, and today they've both dialed it in this morning.
New is over 25 pounds, our second angler. He's in second place, 2 and change back at Corey Johnston.
This was just moments before. I don't know if this is going to help him.
Nice one. Don't think he's gonna do nothing.
Corey's like a lion. I mean, he doesn't believe it. He doesn't exude a lot of energy unless he has to. I mean, he just rests up on the knoll. When it's time to hunt, he hunts, and there he goes. One big advantage that these local guys are going to have as the afternoon moves on, as it continues to get rougher, they're just more accustomed to fishing in those conditions. Doesn't make it easier. It's just you're used to the beating.
Yeah.
One thing Mike Sukon was mentioning earlier stats-wise is that when Corey Johnston caught his limit, maybe even cold one time, he surpassed the second biggest opens weight for 3 days of competition with his mid-70s, 76 pounds right now roughly. But he would have to get over 30 pounds today, right, Such, to break the all-time opens record?
Yeah, 2011, Gerald Swindle, his only victory, 80 pounds, 13 ounces on Lake Toho.
All largemouth, and he's doing this week. Corey is with all smallmouth, which is incredible.
Wow, Such, I did not know that. That's a good stat for Swindle. I mean, I did not know he had the all-time weight record in the Opens.
I think he had a 30-pound day one day there, Such. Out of his 80, I think 30 of it came one day.
30 pounds, 13 ounces.
I remember the final day, he was super tested mentally, and he talks about that still because he had the lead. Everybody knows he's accomplished everything in the sport except for the wins. And everybody, you know, is it going to be that moment his non-boater caught 2 or 3 fish before him that morning, and you want to talk about being tested. But he figured it out, and as you see, set an all-time record.
Adkins and Nye, back to these guys who, as you say, Ronnie Moore, they've dialed it in here.
They really have, and they're using something different. We've seen the Ned rig, the Nico rig, a drop shot really factor on these smallmouth events, and it's been a little while since the tube's gotten some love. Now I'll have to show you guys at the monitor their tube set up in just a couple minutes.
Right.
What Gary and Adam and I have done on this spot, but yes, almost 150 pounds have came on the scales from this spot, not even just what's been cold.
And if you're an out-of-town angler, I'm going to tell you the 2 rigs that you want to throw on this body of water is a tube or a Carolina rig. Honestly, and it's all due to one thing. It's all about contact. You're guaranteed bottom contact. You're in a lot of current. There's times when you're throwing a light drop shot and that sort of thing, and your bait can actually be spiraling in the water and not really have contact with the bottom. Those 2 baits, you're in contact with the bottom the whole time, and that's exactly where you want to be. That, and of course, a football head, another one of those bottom contact baits.
Yes. I don't know if it's going to help, but we're going to find out. First drift with amber. There.
Adkins and Nye, that special place right there. Let's get back out to South Carolina's Timmy Tompkins, and I believe he's hooked up line.
That'll help.
Timmy Tompkins with something to help the cause there as he's trying to climb out of the bottom part of those top 10. But what a top guy we have had for the past hour. Dave Mercer, thank you so much. What's your parting thought? What are you going to be looking for in the remainder of this day? That's a very important day for these Opens anglers.
Well, I know this is going to make me sound like the cheesy TV guy, but stay tuned, really, because honestly, you look statistically, and Such and Ronnie will back me up on this, the best times of the day are just starting now. There's going to be a lot of big fish caught here this afternoon, and Corey Johnston may win this tournament, but I don't think he has the weight to win this tournament yet. There's going to be charges in that leaderboard.
I will say he just predicted the future because Coop Gallant, our day 2 leader, just caught a 5 and just caught a 4-pounder. So he is now getting closer to 20 pounds and may try to keep that lead from Corey Johnston today. We will keep an eye on that.
Dave, thank you so much. Great stuff. The plot thickens, obviously, as reported by Ronnie, out on the lake and in the river. Corey Johnston, Adam Nye, Cal Clemson, and Coop Gallant. We're keeping our eyes on Coop Gallant and what is transpiring out there with another Canadian angler. So there's plenty of adventure afoot, shall we say, in this final Northern Open stop.
The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota. And by Berkeley.
Well, tonight on Fox, join us as the Yankees and the Mets take Citi Field on the 20th anniversary of the day America will never forget. Tonight, that's 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Definitely will want to tune in for that one with the New York showdown there.
Yeah,
and what this day means. Thank you to all the service workers and all of the veterans and everyone.
First responders,
yes,
everybody, absolutely.
Everyone directly and indirectly affected by the acts of 9/11 20 years ago.
There's a view from above at our fantastic host city of Clayton, New York. What a great place and what a great fishery. What a great thrill to welcome our colleague Mark Zona, making some time for us on this special Sports Saturday. And this, you make no bones about it, Mark Zona is your favorite place on earth to go bass fishing. How's it showing out in your mind today?
You know what's really bizarre, Tommy, is we've called so many events on this body of water, whether it's been the St. Lawrence River, all the way up to Waddington in years past, Clayton this time around. It is so rare to call a tournament where a 4-pounder virtually means nothing. It means nothing in the grand scheme of the tournament. And I really think, not to do an unnecessary name drop, I got to talk to Mike Iaconelli that was in this event, had a strong finish, and he said, you know, everybody that bass fishes, everybody that's watching this on FS1, a 4-pounder's a big bass. And he goes, I got caught chasing that size fish. And generally, when you do that here, you're going to get your teeth punched in.
Well, and of course, it wasn't always that way. And I've been saving this question for you, for our viewers at home. Just explain how this place changed over the last couple of decades.
You know, really back in the 90s, it was the perfect storm. If you go to the late 90s, 2 invasive species came in to the St. Lawrence River from overseas. Number one was the zebra mussel. And the zebra mussel, basically what it did, it's just a little clam, okay? When they bred and expanded throughout the Great Lakes, it made the water it filters the water. It makes the water cleaner. And then what happened was the arrival of that little bait fish, that little goby, okay? That little bait fish came into here, and basically what happened was you gave a sight feeder, being a smallmouth, you gave him 20/20 vision with an all-you-can-eat buffet that was always around him. And if you really think about that, when that happened in it was the late 90s, within 3 years, the average size bass literally went from 2.5 to 3.5 pounds, to where now, gosh, man, a 3.5 pounder, you know, back in, say, 2000, that was a big one. When you caught 15 to 17 pounds here, dang, man, you did something, to where in 4 years, it was like you had to have 20 pounds. And now, looking at these weights, to compete in events here on St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, you have to have, I hate to say it, 22.5 pounds, you shot par. And again, it was the perfect storm of clear water and forage. And you're seeing the outcome of that right now.
And because of that man, Mike Iaconelli, like you said, a veteran of the sport, also a kayak champion. I don't think that's him out.
What?
There right
sure?
now.
Might be.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he jackpotted that kayak tournament.
But because of his big comeback, he got stuck on day one chasing those 4-pounders, had a little bit better of an average, that 22 and change like you want to have, was able to jump up into the money, and then also into the qualification for 2022 Elite Series if he so chooses.
Yes, and the other thing that Iaconelli said in practice for this tournament, you see Dean Meckes. Dean Meckes basically has only burned about a gallon of gas all tournament long, fishing just outside of Clayton, New York. But big hats off to Wisconsin's Adam Nye, son of Patrick Nye. Big day on a massive school of fish hooked up live.
Made those 2 goofy jumps right away. Gotta play him out.
Normally, this time of the year, across 99% of bodies of water, you're going to catch a good day one weight and drop down every day just a little bit. For Adam Nye right now, 23.15 on day one, 25.2 yesterday, over 26 pounds today. So if he's going to charge from fifth, this is what he needs to do, is get to 27 to 28 pounds.
You know, and he said he's not trying to win this for the state of Wisconsin. He's trying to win this, Tommy, get ready, for the Midwest, the entire Midwest.
We've never had anybody call out, name check a region as for what they're who they're playing for.
Force this thing right up here.
You know, and about 9 o'clock this morning, you thought this was going to be the Corey Johnston show, and Adam Nye is absolutely still in the mix with
team tournaments.
Potentially the biggest stringer of this event with one or two more bites.
How does it happen? How does a place get better? We never see that, a specific spot get better through 3 days.
You know, hey, something I was just going to talk about, Iconelli said that he saw in practice, and granted, it was out on the big lake. He said, I was on a school of bass that we heard Taku Ito a month ago say I was around hundreds of 5-pounders, and you kind of laughed. He said, no, I really was. Iconelli said he found that exact same thing, but by the first day of the tournament, they totally vanished. He said there was hundreds, possibly 1,000 4 to 5 pounders. That is what you're seeing with Adam Nye and his roommate here in the mouth of the river.
They're just showing up.
And it seems like there's more showing up. And I mean, if you really look at the top 10 in this tournament, you are talking about absolute smallmouth snipers. Adam Nye, basically just like the Johnston brothers, grew up fishing for smallmouth. He runs a tackle shop in Sturgeon Bay.
Wow.
It's over 5. Good one. Boy, oh boy.
This is incredible. When I talked to Adam and Gary last night on the phone, sharing this spot, I said, what is the max weight you think you could catch in a single day here for 5-fish limit? He said, man, I think the possibility of 27 to 28 is there, but me and Gary are sharing this water, and that's going to hurt us. And it has not hurt them today. They are crushing it.
No, really thought they might end up cannibalizing each other on that spot. When he said where they were sharing, I'm like, no chance. But it has definitely improved. Taking a look at Corey Johnston and really looking at Corey and Chris Johnston. Tommy, they make it look so easy on this body of water. And it is so incredibly hard what they do. They're number one, they just do not look for 4-pound bass. They hunt 5 to 6 pounders. And the other thing is they have a fearless factor of that big lake, man. That Lake Ontario is so intimidating. And you see waves like this. I mean, their dad basically took them out there when they were little kids and conditioned them to days like this.
Do you have any notion of what percentage of the field just left the lake alone? Just didn't even venture out there?
Well, I think the most interesting thing is, you know, you're looking at, there was basically 200 guys in this event. And there is only one angler around Clayton. And there's another 90 miles east of Clayton of the St. Lawrence River that we have nobody in the top 10. If you are going to compete on this body of water, you have to be near that lake.
And even though Adam and Gary are drifting in the river, they're around Cape Vincent, which is near the mouth. So you say within, what is it, 5-6 miles of the lake to be near the lake? Is that what you consider that even in the river?
Yeah, I really, you know, every single tournament where the lake is at play, where these guys can, you know, go into Lake Ontario, it's either dominated in the lake or within, call it 3 miles of, you know, the mouth of that river, whether it's up near Kingston or Cape Vincent on the New York side. But again, talking about Corey and Chris Johnston, you know, I heard about these guys 12, 15 years ago where people are like, man, hey, they are two of the best ever on smallmouth. And you do, yeah, whatever, okay, blah, blah, blah. But to watch how they manage a tournament, how they manage their fish, they are so scary on this body of water where you can't even compare it to anywhere else of anglers that we call locals.
Nice one.
Just throwing a career fish for most people over the side.
Yeah.
of the boat
Nice one. Not
without even much of a look-see. That's kind of how good it is out here in the Thousand Islands. Corey Johnston of Canada holding on to that lead right there. Adam Nye, man, why did he not fish the other two tournaments in the Northern? Why did he not do that?
Fishing all the Centrals, only fishing this one. It's a good one to fish. But yes, Tommy, we'll miss out on the Classic if he doesn't win. We'll be right back after this break.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
We are thinking about the men and women in our armed forces, this hideous wake-up call we got about how the world is so dangerous 20 years ago, and those people are willing to give it up everything every day for us, and we've got to respect them, and we couldn't do enough for them. We can't do. We need to do a lot more for them.
They deserve the recognition not only on this special day, but all days of the year. September is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, so for those people who are coming back from serving in our military, even first responders that deal with gruesome things daily, we need to encourage them, especially this month, and acknowledge what they've done for our country.
Yeah, there's if you just reach out to the Department of Veterans Affairs, there's a lot of things you can do, and I think I think a lot of people would be more than happy to step up and help those people who deserve our help and our respect for sure.
Even just to sit down and talk to someone and let them tell you their story goes a million miles for those people, to feel like they are human and can reacclimate to this society back home.
Fishing has helped a lot of them. We have a lot of groups that sponsor military men getting out on the water.
Dean Meckes out there. Z. Dean has got a different approach from everyone else, and you know him so well. You've spent so many hours in the boat with Dean. He's a great thinker. I mean, he's not just a great angler. He's a great thinker too.
Gosh, you know, I've known Dean probably for 30 years. I remember introducing you to Dean, you know, about 15 years ago. And
had a lot of fun.
Dean's literally fishing a spot right here on the St. Lawrence River that he guides. He guides out of Clayton. And here's what's funny is, you know, we talked about the history of this body of water where largemouth used to be a major factor. Dean, that's all this guy used to target was largemouth. And I drew him. He was an amateur in a tournament about, I'll call it 20 years ago. And he's like, man, I gotta learn those smallmouth a little bit better. And Tommy, no joke, he was fishing as an amateur and won out of the back of my boat.
That is great. That is great. And he hasn't fished a bass event in a decade. Comes here, he's top 10. How about that?
I reminded him yesterday of how old he was, Tommy Sanders.
Good. Back out to our special spot here that holds Adam Nye and Gary Adkins. Adkins hooked up live.
Tommy, you think this gives some guys some hope for fishing in the river? They always say you got to go to the lake to win. And if a couple guys can be in the top 3 or 4 in the river and be within, you know, an inconsequential amount of fish or weight to win, it'll give you some hope.
Wait, the river is eye-poppingly good today, I have to say, when we watch Gary, Adam.
Jonathan, Dean, I think those two are also in the river, and then you've got some shallow guys like Brad Leitner also in the river. He's not
going to help, I don't think.
You know, one of the X factors still in this tournament, because he's made about a 50-mile run out to Kong Island in the middle of Lake Ontario. where Chris Johnston is fishing out in Lake Ontario, there is the potential of a 30-pound stringer. And if there's a dude that could
you
do
never
it,
want to lose a fish, but
it's
what are you going to do? With these windy
it is
conditions,
Corey
it makes it real
Johnston's
hard to land
brother.
them. So we'll just go get us another one. I don't think it was much more than 3.5 pounds. I don't think it would help. Let's go back up. Do it again.
Now, Z, for folks tuning into FS1 that might be wondering what he's doing, he just lost a fish. Why is he pulling up his trolling motor and leaving? There is a good amount of current coming through that river to where when you catch a fish, you land them hundreds of yards from where you hooked them, and you need to run back up to them and drift.
Yeah, and there where you're looking at guys like Adam Nye and that pod of fish. On the front side of that current, there's big time numbers of 4 to 4.5 pounders, but a lot of those rogue big ones that we've seen Adam and I catch is a little bit on the back side of that, not where they're really grouped up, on the up current side of it. But the other really cool thing is watching Adam Nye and his roommate, catching them on a tube. Before the drop shot came along, that tube, and I know you were going to show it, on the screen of knowledge, that thing looks just like a goby that these smallmouth gorge on.
If you're just picking up with us, we are Bassmaster Live with the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. This is the final event of the year for the Northern Series, which consists of 3 tournaments. And about half of our top 10, the only 10 who remain on this final day, are qualified, if they win this tournament, are qualified to take a spot in next year's World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah.
Lake Hartwell.
And Tommy, I was looking at social media during the commercial break, and one Scott Martin, the first man out of the Elite Series standings for the Classic, posted, "Let's go, Corey. I hope you win," because Corey, who's already qualified and hasn't fished any other events in this division, would win the event, but he would not get a Classic spot via this win, and it would go to one Scott Martin, and he would love to make his first Classic. He's been biting his fingernails for a few weeks now.
Okay, he's got another one.
Yeah, I talked to Scott Martin. He said, whoever does that gets me in. I'm going to reach out to them, take them fishing, buy them dinner and drinks. And Corey said, yeah, I'll take a nice saltwater trip if I were to win.
He's going to take Corey Johnston fishing.
Clay.
I'd like to see that couple in a boat. Yeah, exactly.
Would that be the odd couple?
A few passes.
A little bit. You also looked at the guys that have qualified next year for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Incredible.
Asked Iconelli this morning. I said, hey, you going to jump back in the ring? Absolutely failed to answer that question.
So I texted him last night, Z, and said, you're going to have fun with this for the next 2 or 3 months for people asking you and you not giving him an answer. And he said, when's my deadline to decide? And I said, if I told you Sunday, September 12th, would you believe me? And he said, no, not one bit. I'm going to keep it past that date.
I am taping with Iconelli in 2 weeks, and I literally will hammer him the entire week.
We've been watching via Bass Track, Coop Gallant and his work he's putting in out there. A very tough service where he is right now, but we're able to sort of upload a catch from him. This just came in. Let's watch this.
Deep in the heart of Canada. Tough service. Not the size that he wants or needs, but what a performance by him this week. Like I said, I met him, Mercer and the Johnstons, everyone else knows him far longer than I have, but in 2015, I remember one Canadian team making the trip to Kentucky Lake to compete in the first high school championship, and I met Cooper Gallant. Then he went by Cooper then, now he's Coop, now that he's a little older.
Coop, sure. Yeah. Had 27
and Mercer nailed it.
Yeah.
Absolutely the real deal. I got a feeling that we will eventually cover Coop Gallant for many, many years in the Bassmaster Elite Series when he gets there.
You mentioned it, the seams and the drifting and the bait positioning. Gary Atkins just lost one, pulled up the troll motor, went to the beginning of the drift, half a mile or so, and starts drifting again and hooked up once again.
You know, you look at what Coop Gallant and Cal Clemson, who lives right next door to Corey Johnston. I asked Cal, I said, man, living next to Corey Johnston, knowing Chris Johnston, do they help you? Have they taught you a lot? And he's like, they tell me nothing.
Yeah.
Zero.
He did say that same thing to me, but he said they did help him out in one way. They've let him in on their Ziploc baggie full of prototype soft plastics they have developed, the Johnston brothers have. So they tossed him one or two, but location-wise, nope, you're not going to get nothing from the Johnstons.
Tommy, while we're watching Gary Atkins fight this St. Lawrence slouch, can we pull the curtain back? Are you jacked out of your gourd for the big noon kickoff here on FS1?
Oh my gosh, I've got
Exactly.
I've got noon kickoff fever. I think you know what I mean. I've tested positive for that.
Mm-hmm. Rumors there's some big tailgating going on up in East Lansing right now.
Oh yeah, I know a couple of those tailgaters.
Absolutely.
You don't have to be at the Horseshoe to do some tailgating. That's for sure.
Gary Atkins with another one.
Yeah.
Showing us something in its mouth.
Yeah,
May not
that's
help.
a veteran. That's a veteran smallmouth right there for sure. Corey Johnston hanging on to that lead, but Adam Nye so close behind. Cal Clemson, the Canadian. Coop Gallant, the Canadian. Man, we've got a Canadian-infested top four there, and they are getting it done. We'll be right back.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
So June 10th, 2007, I was a Bradley Commander, lead vehicle in Balad, Iraq. I popped up on my hatch and I had a handheld GPS. The IED went off. I remember seeing a light, a bright light that must have been the IED going off. And I slumped down into the turret and felt pain. From that day, my life changed. I had numerous surgeries, lots of physical therapy, lots of occupational therapy. The physical injuries is one thing, but the invisible injuries is what takes the longest to recover from. There's so many things you can do to deal with your issues. Reach out with your reach out to your friends. They will always answer. They'll never turn your back, especially as a veteran. Veterans take care of veterans. I chose to take the medical retirement knowing that there was a lot of VA programs out there that could help me. Group counseling with fellow soldiers that were injured just like me. Going through the same process, going through the same mindset. What helped me the best was fishing. Fishing was a therapy for me for physical and mental therapy. It got me out on the water where I felt that it was safe for me. I grew up fishing. I was always happy on the water. I love the sport of it, no matter what species I'm chasing. So what I like to tell people is I never let my injuries define who I was. Reach out is this year's theme for suicide prevention. VA helped me, and I know they will help you too.
Great message from retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Brent Holman, who fishes our Central Opens. And man, those guys have already given us more than we can ever repay them. But that means we have to do a lot just to do our part, just to get close to showing our appreciation, right?
You know, I was lucky enough to meet Brent. Total coincidence, I was taping a Zona show down in South Texas, and he was rooming in the same motel. And we're lucky to have people like him in our country. And I truly mean this, especially on this day. That guy is a hero, and what an inspiration that he has passed on to others that have protected this country. That Brent Homan is an absolute U.S. hero, no doubt.
These veterans are trained to carry the load, the weight that others can't carry. Right. They carry it all the time, but when they get home, they need someone to carry it for them. And like he said, a simple conversation, the VA, there's a lot of resources that we can help, especially this month. September is Suicide Prevention Month, and it's great to have just conversations. We're so thankful for the veterans and first responders, EMS, emergency personnel that do what they do for this country.
Yeah. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Sergeant Homan.
So often that'll happen.
Back out on the water, Timmy Tompkins from South Carolina, Gary Atkins from Wisconsin.
3 3/4, it wasn't big.
Dean B.A.S.S, our hometown favorite.
You can see the difference right there, Tommy, from Dean B.A.S.S in the river.
About 22.
And Timmy Tompkins in the lake, what it's turning into out there in Ontario.
22.
Kind of looks like Dean B.A.S.S has punted on his smallmouth area. First one we've seen today going largemouth fishing.
What?
Not a good sign on this body of water.
Yeah, I missed one on that drift. I gotta retie. When the head of the tube comes through the plastic, it's time to retie. So what I like to do is I like to rough up this tube. Yeah, I'm good on tubes, thanks. But I like to rough up this thing right here.
Timmy's in the teeth of it right now, Z.
Timmy. Yeah, and really the predicted wind, I was listening to Davey talk about it earlier, the predicted wind really held off for the majority of this day. You know, we had some different production calls yesterday, and we were fearful that the lake may go off limits with the prediction of wind coming out of the south-southwest.
Tie, make sure everything's good. I mean, with the guys that are in this tournament and the quality of fish here, it could come down to ounces. So the last thing we want to do is lose a big fish because I got lazy and didn't retie my line. So it's better to take the time now and make sure everything's good.
Gary Atkins, who has fished the other 2 Northern Opens, 93rd at Oneida, but a great 18th place finish at the James River.
15th in points
All
for
good.
him.
Yeah.
For the Northern
Ready
Opens.
for another drift.
Great season.
That shows you, if you do have a slip, you better be in the top 20 in your other events, because there's a guy even right above him, Nolan Miner, one of the College Series anglers, 14th in points for the Northerns, finished 35th, 38th, and 41st, and he's 14th in points. Normally 3 checks or 3 really close checks get you in the elites, and it got him 14th this year, how competitive it was.
Yeah, Gary is fired up, Tommy, that Aaron Rodgers decided to play football again.
Oh,
big
yeah.
game tomorrow. Packers, Buccaneers on Fox. Big game.
I'm very curious to see how those Packers are going to do this year.
We'll ask him during the next Packers-Bears game. We'll ask Z how Aaron's doing.
Well,
we're just hoping for that Justin Fields era to start tomorrow night.
Good. Clock is ticking.
Second half of the game.
Yeah, it is.
Put that man on the clock. That's for sure. They're always on the clock in Chicago.
Drafted him for a reason, Tommy.
That's right. Absolutely. There it is right there. From Bass Track, our estimated leader is Corey Johnston. He's got a few ounces ahead of Adam Nye. And all the rest of them in pursuit. We'll be right back.
a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Nearing midday, this BassPro.com Bassmaster Open, the final event. The Northern Open's here. A lot on the line on one of the most fabulous, explosive fisheries we ever see on Bassmaster Live. 1,000 islands, which include the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. What's at stake here? Ronnie Moore, there's a lot at stake.
Yes, the top three have done their job over the full season of the Northern Opens, qualifying for the Elite Series. We mentioned that with Jonathan Kelly, Mike Iaconelli, Alex Redwine. But the winner today could go to the Bassmaster Classic if they fish the full season. If not, it'll go back to Scott Martin, who is the next waiting angler on the Elite list. $40,000 to $50,000 for the winner this week. That's a good consolation prize, even if you don't have the Classic, but that's the points race. Look how close to perfection they were. 600 points is the top mark for 3 events, 550 plus for the 3 guys qualifying.
Just incredible. Yeah, the amount of talent out there. Mark Zona, I've asked Davey about this, Dave Mercer too, just to comment on, you know, we know the Opens as the stepping stone to the very highest level, the Elite Series, but you can get in tournaments out here where you face, I mean, a wall of talent like you will find nowhere else.
And you talk about the wall of talent. It is so hard to win a Bassmaster Open. I came very close a couple times and could not shut the door. And here's really what when we cover the Bassmaster Elite Series, those are full-time touring professionals throughout the country. When you get into a Bassmaster Open, especially this tournament here on the St. Lawrence River, you are fishing against the best on that exact body of water. Not 1 or 2 guys. You're talking about dozens of absolute snipers, and we've had the pleasure to see that all day long here today on FS1.
Absolutely. What we have seen today has been more than impressive, and we knew it would be because this place just absolutely delivers every time. Starting with our leader to start the day, Corey Johnston.
Yeah, and if you really looked at how he managed his day, it was eerily similar, Tommy, to when Chris Johnston won here. He kind of started in that mouth of the river and caught his potatoes, caught his 19 to 21 pounds, and then went into the lake to catch his meat. And if you look at what he has in the live well right now, unofficially, we have him right around, say 25 pounds. I don't think Corey Johnston is out of the woods. I think he needs to probably make 1, maybe 2 more calls to put this thing away.
For him, he's the only one in the top 5 fishing by himself, unpressured fish, with his brother having his struggles earlier in the week, leaving.
That's a big one.
All these spots to him, but then you have Adam Nye, you have Gary Adkins, these guys sharing water right behind Corey Johnston. That's the only thing helping Corey right now.
Yeah, and really watching Adam Nye's day, it started off early and you were like, he was catching a couple 3 to 3.5 pound fish. And as the day progressed, you started to see those bigger ones show up that he and his roommate caught on days 1 and 2. And that area that he's fishing, we're just going to call it right around Carlton Island. Tommy, Ronnie, fair to say that's an area that we have seen in Bassmaster Elite Series years past.
That's the biggest one I've caught all week.
And not everybody can show up and just catch them, automatically catch giants like this. What are these guys doing to separate themselves?
Man, they're just they're on a mother load of 4 to 6 pound smallmouth. And look, however this tournament ends up, if one of these guys would have had this alone, they would have blown this tournament away.
Well, also out there, part 2 of that story is Gary Adkins, the other Wisconsin angler, Great Lakes guy out there, just absolutely catching them nonstop.
Yeah, Gary Adkins and Adam Nye trying to win this for, you know what, let's call it like we see it right now. They're not trying to win it for the Midwest. They're trying to win it for all of the United States this time around.
That's right.
Exactly.
They're doing it for America.
We had 3 Canadians at the top of the leaderboard starting today, 4 in our top 10, but 1, 2, and 3 were all Canadians, all very familiar with each other. And you said it, Z, the 2 guys who jumped up to challenge that, Gary Adkins and Adam Nye.
I really think one of the things that's been very unique about this tournament compared to other events that we cover here, especially with the weather. Taking a look at Dean Meckes fishing really right there, right around the corner from our takeoff in Clayton. Left there, went and did a little bit of smallmouth fishing. But here's one thing that's very odd about this tournament. Look, man, we're in September on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. None of our smallmouth fishermen fish shallow this time around. Every event that we have here, there's always somebody in the top 10 concentrating on shallow water smallmouth. This has been a deep water beatdown this time around on Lake Ontario.
Dean Meckes, who caught 22-3 on day one, 26-9 on day number 2, so Dean can turn up the heat a little bit. We know they're out there for them. Mark Zona, we sure appreciate you being with us this afternoon. I know you have a special place in your heart for the Thousand Islands, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Big noon kickoff on FS1 time. I mean, for anybody that's really followed this tournament, it's been an exhausting 3 hours here. Covering this open, there is a lot of time still on the clock.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this book is far from completed. We haven't even gotten to the last chapter yet. So much fishing yet to come. And we are looking forward to all that. We'll be bringing you coverage of that on Bassmaster.com after we sign off here on FS1. So we have 10 anglers. Put everything out there. There's no managing fish today.
Yeah.
You go ahead and grab everything you can grab off the table.
If you're worried about the future of our sport, don't be. 8 of the top 14 pros in the Northern Division under the age of 25. Incredible. We're seeing a couple of them today. Like you said, Tommy, coverage is going to continue on Bassmaster.com. This place is so amazing. I'm sad this is the last day of the year we get to see the Thousand Islands region.
Yeah, congratulations to all these open anglers throughout the northern BassPro.com Bassmaster Opens. Congratulations to our 10 who are still out there fishing today. And thank you for joining us right here on Bassmaster Live. We will see you next time.
Come here. Yeah! That's like a 6.5, boys. Whoa!
watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Back with more Bassmaster Live for you. We're taking you all the way to the end of fishing here at the end of the season for the BassPro.com Bassmaster Opens Northern Swing. Northern Opens. Final event of 3 on this incredible fishery, the Thousand Islands, which includes Lake Ontario, the fabulous St. Lawrence River. All the thrills and chills it provides us in the course of any tournament. So great to land here on the final day of the tournament with so much at stake, Ronnie Moore, including, for some guys, well, it's been established, a spot, an offer to be in the Elite Series next year.
Yes, you have to outlast 200-plus anglers in a 3-tournament stretch, and these guys did it. Jonathan Kelly, Mike Iaconelli, Alex Redwine, top 3 in the Northern Opens points. Also, we're going to decide today a champion. We decided the co-anglers yesterday, and the voters will be decided today. The winner, if they fish the full season of Northern Opens, will go to the Bassmaster Classic. If not, it will go to the Elite list, and Scott Martin will be a happy man because he'll get his ticket punched. But like we mentioned, Jonathan Kelly, Mike Iaconelli, and Alex Redwine, the 3 qualifiers, if they so choose, to make the Elite Series. And the only thing at stake today is if Jonathan Kelly wins the points or can drop down and finish below them in 3rd place or even tie them. He has to finish, I believe, above 8th to secure the title for himself.
Okay. Good work by Jonathan Kelly. Very youthful Jonathan Kelly. Youthful, like that's the word of the year here.
We've got 25-year-old Jonathan Kelly. We've got 22-year-old Alex Redwine, and we have Mike Iaconelli, who's been fishing for over 20 years.
Young at heart.
Yes, exactly.
Young at heart.
Still can break dance better than those two, probably.
What a laugh. Dean Meckes, another seasoned angler who's out there today. Congratulations to Dean for making the top 10 with these almost 200 anglers that he's faced off over the first 2 days. Dean's from right here in Clayton, New York. Great fisherman, great guide up here, great guy.
Get up in here. All right.
Some of the action from this morning, not venturing too far from our takeoff today.
Little.
We talk about it all the time, how anglers can go to a body of water for the first time and be successful, and how the nerves are there, the uncertainty of knowing this place, not knowing this place. It's probably just as much these days, pressure-wise, on the local guy. You know a lot about this place. Now you have to perform, and Dean has done that, the local Clayton, New York angler. A lot of time here, you said that, Tommy, and plenty of experience, but no Opens competition since 2012.
Isn't that something?
So
any Bassmaster competition of any kind?
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him to perform on his home body of water, and has done that this week.
Yeah, Ronnie, I'm still surprised when the hometown favorite does backfire on them. I'm kind of surprised that they don't have those spots that they know. I guess it just isn't firing, or their timing's wrong, or what else can there be?
Yeah, it could be a lot of different things. Weather, especially on this body of water, you have the wrong wind or boat flights oftentimes, and you don't go to the lake and you stay in the river. You second guess because you have too many spots. That's the thing. I asked the Johnstons last night on the phone, what's the difference? I know you guys are great anglers, but what is the difference in your performance here than others? Finding 4.5 pounders, a lot of people do it. How do you decide how to find a 5-pounder? And he said it's just really leaving. Even if they're biting, you have to leave fish that are not 5 pounds to do well. We don't waste time on smaller fish. So it's incredible by the Johnstons how well they've performed here.
Well, you think about how much it simplifies things to come. You have one thing that you figured out how to do. You don't have to make any decisions at all. You go and do that to the best of your ability without distractions, and sometimes it works. Gary Adkins, the Bay of Green Bay, Wisconsin, Lake Michigan guy, Great Lakes guy. Some footage from him earlier today.
Even if they don't come away with the victory today, Gary Atkins and Adam Nye can be proud of what they found this week in that Cape Vincent region of the St. Lawrence River and Thousand Islands. These two roommates unexpectedly sharing this stretch of water. They're like, hey, I caught some good this morning. What about you? Hey, I caught some good this morning or this afternoon. Ends up being the same spot on tournament day.
How do they not know that?
Exactly. And then now they've voted over 150 pounds basically of fish on the scales on this one stretch. So they've definitely found a gem. It's paid off for them for sure. And it shows the anglers watching and the anglers competing. The river can still compete even in September, even in August, with the lake at times.
Yeah, we saw Nye catch a couple back-to-back that knock your socks off. We're getting a little more insistent as we get closer to the afternoon. We'll fish till about 2 p.m. local time. It'll be Eastern time.
The Johnston brothers said, yeah, with our first year on the Elite Series here, it was just the river in play. Then the lake's in play. And no Canada waters, and now
They were upset about
year,
that. I remember that.
This year, it's in July, a different time period than normal. We've been in August before, and now they have an open with Canada in play, and they're like, so we've unlocked and showed the world a couple of our secrets and the little things here and there, and man, we have Canada open now. We're excited for the Elite Series next year, being able to fish in Canada as well as the New York side, which, like Mark Zona said, hey, these guys have not been on top of each other despite half the playing field.
Right.
You open that playing field up, it's going to be hard-pressed, even post-spawn, to see us not break 100 pounds next year.
Yeah, oh, I think so too. Coop Gallant started the day with the lead, 52 pounds and 2 ounces. Great first couple of days. He has been in some difficult areas for signal through the course of today. So we can't say with 100% certainty where he stands, but we get reports, sporadic reports from out there on the water.
Yeah, he had a 1.5 pound lead on Corey Johnston, so he's got to get close to his 26 even is what Corey Johnston has on Bass Track. Nye has the biggest bag at 26.6.
It's hard to imagine that Coop Gallant still just needs his worst bag of the week because he's caught 27 and 25. He needs 24.5 right now.
Yeah,
moving.
Yeah, day one we had 5 bags over 25. Yesterday we had 8 over 25 pounds.
Corey Johnston hooked up.
Just wanted to get this one in quick, it looks like. Not going to help him. Just broke it off.
Oof.
He must have a wad of them underneath if he's that ready to get one in. Oof.
Trey Bruce is our cameraman with Corey Johnston. Hope he had some Dramamine or his sea legs. Remember last time, one of our, Russell, our cameraman, did not have a great day.
He had a great day. He filmed the winner.
Yeah.
He just had to do it
In
with
between.
with one knee on the ground and one,
In
he
between
wasn't
chumming.
Yes.
Yeah, anyone who thinks that might be an easy job needs to go anywhere where there's good waves and
Yes.
just cover up one of your eyes.
Yes.
And try to concentrate on something else.
And just imagine this, Tommy, like this looks crazy to people who don't know the Great Lakes. This isn't even this isn't even a fraction of bad. This is doable, manageable, fine. For a lot of these anglers, this is standard procedure on Lake Ontario.
Just leaning on his chair.
Now you were telling me for Chris Johnston, the wind picks up and comes from the wrong direction. He may have gasoline fuel issues.
Well, and that was the thing, was he was worried, Chris Johnston was worried with where he was going today. If the wind was blowing this morning, he may needed to take a different route. So in Clayton, New York, you're right there by a couple big islands. You can shoot straight into Canada and then go to the lake, or you can go New York through Cape Vincent. And his operating procedure was, hey, I'm gonna go up towards Kingston in Canada if it's windy, and once I get out in the lake, I can trough it and cross thread the waves southwest until you get out to the middle of Ontario, instead of trying to fight the waves all the way. But he said that way is about twice as long for him that he wouldn't want to do.
Yeah.
So with it being calm this morning, he may have had a straight shot. But yes, you can't really run around. Once you make that long run out into the lake, you can't jump around a bunch of spots out there.
Yeah, you gotta
start working your way. You maybe go to your farthest spot away and work your way back, but you can't keep going farther away.
Corey hooked up again.
I'm at to crank the motor and idle. I can't get back to my spot. I'm not idling 2 boat lengths.
That one not going to get it done for Corey Johnston.
Jonathan Kelly making a move. He said today he was going to watch the weigh-in person until it was official, and he could celebrate with his family that he qualified for the elites. And now that he's got that out of the way, he's really was gunning for the classic spot. But if he was being completely honest, he was just very, very elated and content to be able to knock that out. What a lifelong commitment for a lot of people, for an angler that's 25 years old, 2 years removed from college, to be able to come and put it together 3 events on really different bodies of water.
Okay, we're gonna make a
River,
move.
Oneida, and Thousand Islands.
And he'll accept the invitation.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Gratuitously.
Gratuitously, okay. Tompkins, after getting blown off his spot, having to crank the big motor to get back up there. That's apparently got there.
Not a positive sign there for Tompkins. He does have a limit in the boat. His bass track in that Canada service has not been too reliable this morning, so we'll get a total weight for him, but started the day down the leaderboard a little bit and needs well over 26 to get it done today because Corey Johnston and Adam Nye have set the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. A big mountain to climb there, and he's working hard. He's breathing hard. He's doing everything he can to get the job done. But Corey Johnston still on top ahead of Adam Nye. Al Clemson hanging in there. Gary Atkins, Luke Gallant. Try to get some more information about his actual total a little bit later. Dean Meckes and all the rest. And plenty more fishing time left to go here on Thousand Islands.
The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Thanks for being with us today on Bassmaster Live. It's BassPro.com Bassmaster Open, final event for the Northern Opens at Thousand Islands. The Dovetail Games drone is up and flying and affording us these fine views of this completely picturesque place here, and a perfect place to be to escape the heat of the summer, which some of us are still enduring in other parts of the country. What a perfect place, and add the best smallmouth fishing on earth. I don't know how you can beat this place.
Hey, it was a great temperature here in Arkansas this morning, though, Tommy. It felt like the St. Lawrence River, 60-something degrees when we left. It did feel like it, so Dovetail Games drone giving us a look at what we're missing out on. This is a fantastic milestone body of water to end the season on. And a lot of people I talked to on the phone said, hey, I signed up for the Opens this year because I wanted to experience this body of water at Thousand Islands to cap it off. It's kind of a big celebration.
I think any serious bass fisherman would celebrate the opportunity to come here and catch them like we have seen them catch them today. We have not been able to get a signal from Chris Johnston today. That's changing right now. We find him and he is hooked up live.
Keep an eye on him as much as we can.
Come on, baby. Don't jump. Gotcha. Whew. That's what we're after. There's more down there, they just won't bite.
Well, you heard Chris's story. He's seeing a lot of good ones down there. He's just not biting the way they did, well, for instance, yesterday for him.
Well, we'll put it plainly as it is. Everyone watching online is probably like, why is Chris Johnston starting the final day in 9th? Can he not do any better? Because he's always been first or second in this event. I heard on the phone last night, day 1, he had 21 pounds and change, respectable, but not on this body of water. You get shamed for that. He didn't have his full mechanical plethora of needs halfway through the day. He had some mechanical
you got to have
troubles.
certain tools, especially to fish in, what you find out in the open water there.
And so he only had half a day of fishing to get that 21. And then yesterday, his full allotment of time and fishing spots, 26 plus pounds. But then he did say, hey, I did kind of encroach on some of the spots that Corey and I share. And so today, going in 9th, I'm going to just go to completely new stuff that I know works, but that we haven't checked this week. These guys said they had half a day of practice this week.
Wow.
They didn't come out for the 3 full days.
So the deal was you see Chris Johnston with only 21 and change, and you go, what happened?
Exactly. You fish for an hour, Chris? But that is a part of the game when you go to the big water. Is we saw it last year, 2020. Some of the guys did not want to make that run to the lake because they had another event coming up, and if you break your equipment, sometimes you're stuck for a couple events.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Scott Martin was pretty happy of our 2 leaders right now, looking good. He was the one who said he was fishing for points, and he did not go to the lake when he had practiced there and thought I could catch pretty decent bag. He said, no, I need to play it safe, get my points, and it just didn't happen in the river for him.
What's that saying, Tommy? You fish for a check on the elites, you end up 75th. You fish for the win, you may end up getting a check. That's the way that a lot of those guys.
Exactly.
If it works out right, you win. But
that's right.
If you fish for the win, you end up getting in that check range.
You got to put the goalposts in the right place.
Well, Jonathan Kelly did the same thing this week, but he caught 24 pounds in the river both first 2 days. So he's, bucking that trend of playing it safe.
Well, I will say this, Such. Jonathan Kelly did get to fish a pretty high-level tournament here 2 or 3 weeks ago, so he probably knew what the river could produce compared,
Well, he said he checked the lake because he knew that's where the big ones were, and others were going there, and then he went back and said, I couldn't catch a 1-pounder.
And that's what Cal Clemson said, our day 1 leader. He said, man, if we would have had this tournament during practice, I would have caught 100 pounds in 3 days, I swear.
In 3 days.
And he said that over half of the percentage of fish that he's seen on his spots have left. Some places had good fish, they're none.
Right.
Some places had a bunch and they only have half. But that fish are on the move right now for their fall feed bags.
Well, we've seen some big fish come across the stage. No 7-pounders, but that 6'13" Andrew Upshaw's leading several co-anglers, 6'12s. How about that co-angler winner, Ronnie? Zach Eggleston.
6 fish, Tommy. 33 pounds.
That is just off the charts right there.
Three bass per day.
California
right?
15-2 on day 1, 18-4 on the second day to win it. To blow the field away by almost 6 pounds.
Yes.
And smallmouth, and I agree with this, that they're built differently, so it's really harder to estimate. They're weighing for Phoenix Boat's big bass, and he pulls out 1 fish, and it goes 5.15, and he had 18, so you knew the other ones were bigger. And his next one was 6.12. So
just imagine pulling out the wrong fish, Tommy, and you pull out a 5.15 when you only have 3 to choose from, and you pull out your smallest, and it's barely under 6.
I've not been put in that position before.
No, me neither.
No. It's a good position to be
in.
Normally
who was he
all
with
5
both days? Who was? Do you know who he fished with?
Not offhand.
No, I can look that up real quick, but yeah, we'll see how they fared.
Yeah, that's always a little bit.
One guy, he may not have caught Zach Eggleston. We're going to just crown him with catching the biggest fish possible. but our goal is 5 fish limit here. But there is another thing going on right now, and that is the marathon man fishing. And if you guys don't know what that is, Jeff Kolozinski, a great friend in the industry, every year fishes and tries to catch the world record amount of fish in a certain allotment of time. And he is doing that, fishing 24 hours. He started yesterday evening, going all the way through today and into the evening, and he's trying to break the record and donate a lot of the proceeds that the industry has donated to the families of 9/11 victims and survivors and whatnot. And so super awesome that he's timed it up this way. And if you want to check that out, you can just look up on social media there, Marathon Man Fishing. You'll be able to watch him once we're done with Bassmaster Live, and you can check that out on Facebook. Keep that tab open and support all those companies that support him. But you can check out, they're in Spring Bay, Illinois, right there at Sand Cody Resort. I couldn't imagine catching 33 pounds of smallmouth as a co-angler. I couldn't imagine catching over 2,000 bass in 24 hours either, but he might, or 2,000 fish. But Colo might do that today.
Could do it, yeah.
You have a track of what he's at right now, Such?
No, but that'd be 83 fish an hour.
Wow.
That's pretty fast. that might be a little hard to do.
You got to catch one every 47 seconds.
You have to use 2 rods or something.
Oh,
You have to do it. Tuna boat stuff.
That is
I've
incredible.
written stories on him, and he had 1,600, 1,800%, broke his own record.
And I think his goal was, I don't want to be incorrect on this because of its sensitivity, but I think his number was 2,400 and change, and it was the number of, I think, victims of 9/11 in those incidents that day, maybe 2,600 or something like that. I will look up to see where he's at today, though, and we can touch base on
that would be interesting to. Good on you, Jeff, for sure.
So, Tommy, do you want to catch 2,000 fish in 24 hours or catch over 30 pounds of smallmouth for a Bassmaster event?
The second. 2,000 fish in that amount of time becomes like a hot dog eating contest a little bit.
My hands would be sore.
Yeah.
I think he's wearing gloves today as well.
They've caught a load of fish here on the St. Lawrence this week. Ronnie, I got 3-pound, 4-ounce average fish. It is 161 limits on day 1, 139 limits out of 184 guys on day 2. 5,600 pounds. It ranks 3rd all time in the opens.
Really? Behind what? I'm curious.
Toledo Bend in 2002, they had 6,200 pounds. This is just after 2 days here. And in 2010, Amistad had 5,900. 4th place is now Champlain with 5,200.
So you're saying they only need 600 pounds today
Well,
from 10
yeah,
anglers.
I mean,
So 60-pound bags, that's what we're shooting
you only
for.
need a bunch, yeah.
Okay.
Never say never.
Out with Dean Meckes, the local angler, Clayton, New York. Knows this body of water very well. Pulling out one more rod to switch up things. And he's the one who's actually fished the closest to shore we've seen today. Now, whether that's shallow or not remains to be seen, but it looks like it's a little bit of a deep bluff right there. And
You would think it'd be a little deeper. Dean's all in on those hook sets. I'm impressed.
Notice that.
the world record would be 2,977 fish, 2,977. Wow. One for every life lost. Cool. I will say this is pretty on par with what I've seen this week, the catch rates and time of day. Every morning, a real big mess of fish have been caught, And middle of the day, there's a little bit of a lull, and then that last hour and a half has been crucial for a lot of guys fishing today. They've needed that.
Coming up on the final 2 hours of fishing here in just a few minutes.
Go back up.
Gary Atkins gonna make another drift, it seems like. It's gonna run back up to the top end of it, which this week, if you do not know how Lake Ontario, the St. Lawrence River, how it flows in this Thousand Islands region, you're running west and it's flowing from the lake through the river. So they're running west to then drift back east, correct, Such?
Yes. East is coming downriver, the flow, yes.
Yes.
As it feeds out to the Atlantic.
Yes.
Now, are guys still...
Flows left to right, if you're looking at the map, left to right.
And the wind's blowing that way
And it
today
speeds
as
it
well.
up, yeah.
Well, I'm amazed that Ontario can be 5 to 6 foot higher than down in the St. Lawrence River, 20, 40 miles.
Yes.
The water's stacking up that much at the entry point.
Same principle applies for another body of water the elites have fished plenty, and that's Lake St. Clair between Huron and Erie. When you get up in the St. Clair River or the Detroit River, how swift it gets, and then when you're out in the middle of St. Clair, it just seems like you're just in a bathtub. But when you get to the mouth of those, it is flowing very strong, like it does right there at Cape Vincent and the mouth of right past Clayton.
Yeah.
No.
Both Dean Meckes and Gary Atkins on the move right now. Short or long, we'll find out when we come back. There's our leaderboard as it stands, though. By a Bass track, Corey Johnston took that lead early today, and he's been hanging on to it just as hard as he possibly can. Adam Nye, Al Clemson hanging in there. Gary Atkins, we just saw him a moment ago. Dean Meckes. Chris Johnston not doing quite as well as expected today, but there's plenty of time. We've got to enter our last 2 hours of fishing momentarily.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Bassmaster Live and 2 hours of fishing time left for our 10 anglers who are left in the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. Final event of the year, final day of fishing of the year for the Northern Opens. We've got our top 3 points getters throughout the Northern Series. They're going to have their invitations to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Who's going to win today? Will it be someone who's qualified to do so? You have to have fished all of those 3 events in the Northerns this year in order to qualify for that classic slot if you happen to win this time around. Corey Johnston has already qualified for the Bassmaster Classic. He was 4th place and Angler of the Year points on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, you've got 5 anglers today that if they won, they'd make the Classic. 5 anglers that if they won, they would give the spot to Scott Martin. And right now, 1, 2, and 3 on Bass Track are in Scott Martin's favorite list. 4th and 5th are on his not favorite list.
He's going to be praying for him, pulling for him big time.
This might be the most bait caster fish catches we've seen on Bass Live here at the St. Lawrence.
Oh, yeah, at the St. Yeah, absolutely. All Dean.
I don't know if that helps.
I think we gotta move. I'm gonna look at them other ones, but I don't think.
Dean not liking the size of things right now. Not making a move. Corey Johnston started the day in second place. It wasn't long before he had taken over the top spot.
Started fast for Corey as well. He stopped on that buoy out there that he saw and was able to catch a couple. Has since moved, and we haven't seen that buoy. Might position just a little bit different, but a whole new school of fish. And really, after he caught that first 5-fish limit of about 21 pounds, he really started to upgrade. Every fish catch he had was either one he didn't even look at, Tommy, or one that helped a lot.
Where he had 25 pounds, 7 ounces on day one, back to back with a 25.3 on day two. That's solid. He is estimated by Bass Track to have north of 25 pounds right now. Today, maybe even 26.
Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one.
Corey's approximate position out there, Lake Ontario. We're going to move back up the St. Lawrence River.
We got about 5 in the river, 5 in the lake.
Yeah.
And when we say in the river, that's from Clayton to the mouth, not east of the takeoff. So that's important to note. Looks like Kelly is whipping out a drop shot like he said he would if it got tougher on him. And he hasn't caught one in a little while for us on Bass Live. But he did get started strong this morning with those football jigs and a Carolina rig. And we're first picture with Brad Leitner as well.
All right, first time we've been waiting to see Brad. Jonathan Kelly has knocked out 24 pounds plus each of the first 2 days. A little bit behind that schedule right now, or a lot behind that schedule right now.
Jonathan's got a tackle box the same color as Brad's jersey. Oh, noticeable. Brad said, I told Brad last night, I said, hey, why don't you go catch us a big bag tomorrow, because Brad has been throwing a spinnerbait, burning it, and he's also been throwing a hair jig, which is what I'm assuming he's doing right now on a spinning rod. But Brad said that he found this pattern at the end of a practice day as it's dusk. It's about to get dark, waiting at the boat launch, and multiple people are in line, so he's just going to fish down the bank and wait because he's got to go get his truck on his own and nobody's there to pick him up. Casts a spinnerbait up on the bank, and about 20 seconds later, 6-pounder. And he said, I'm going to investigate this a little bit more. And now this is something that he's stuck with all 3 days. Could not keep him buttoned up on day one with 22-1. Lost a couple key ones. 24-9 was more representative of what he was on this week, yesterday.
Brad is qualified for a classic slot should he somehow pull off a win today. And 72nd place at the James River, but a good 26th place finish at Oneida.
Oneida was unexpectedly tough as well. Oneida was one of those ones that's been shooting up trending-wise. Like, I think 1 year, 30 pounds even was 40th, last place for a check in the Opens, and then next year we went back, 30 pounds even was 112th place. That's how good Oneida was getting. And I think they hit it at a little time where it was a little tougher post-spawn wise. We do have a lot of different regions represented. We have 4 anglers from Canada this week, 1 from New York, 2 from Wisconsin, 1 from Minnesota, and 1 from Pennsylvania and South Carolina represented.
Jonathan Kelly from Old Forge, Pennsylvania. Red Lightner, Minnesota.
Colo, Marathon Man. I think he's Wisconsin.
Let us kind of take a peek on all that they do and some of the projects that they need that we're leaning into here at Fishing for Life. So we wanted to make sure that we honored our first responders and our military families on this, the 20th anniversary of 9/11, in a way that we know how best to do that, and that's through the language of fishing. So I'm trying to catch a new level of number of fish, 2,977. That number has a great deal of meaning for us all, and a very deep meaning for many of those who lost loved ones on 9/11. So for years, I had done the Marathon Man with the help and collaboration of dozens of people behind me, and we were catching I'd catch a couple 2,000 fish, and somebody one day said, "Hey, you know what? We're coming up on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Wouldn't it be great if we could just do a tip of the hat for everyone who lost a loved one on that day, and by catching a fish for each person?" So the goal is 2,977 fish on this anniversary of 9/11. So if you're just tuning in, that's what this is all about. And we're raising funds for two charities. One is for Fishing for Life and their Next Gen program. They find mentors for kids and for families, and they serve them through the language of fishing. And we're also raising dollars for the local first responders, because those are the two sort of servant groups that really paid a price on 9/11, and frankly have served us long before 9/11 and continue to do so long after 9/11. That's our military families and our first responders. So we wanted to make a difference, wanted to make an impact in the community. Your help helps us get there. So thanks for tuning in. We'd love for you to share this across your social media networks, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever else it is. Do me a favor, share it, and let some other people know in your friend circle that there's a pretty cool thing happening here. I can tell you the people on the receiving end have been more grateful than words are really able to express so far. So thank you for partnering with us and for Fishing for Life and the first responders of Spring Bay. In fact, we had a visit from an EMT, I'd say earlier this morning, and by earlier I would mean like 1:30 a.m. She was just getting off of her shift. So very cool to stop by. And the fishing has been none short of glorious. I'm not sure exactly where we're at, but it's 1,900 and probably 60 and a few fish. It's an amazing day's total for fishing from the bank.
It's phenomenal.
2,000 fish roughly, and he'll be fishing till 9:11 p.m. Illinois time, I'm assuming, or Eastern time possibly. So he's still got about 10 hours to go.
He can
at
do
least.
it. Oh, he's
10
well
hours
within
for
range
900
of that.
fish.
He's just going to have repetitive motion therapy for the
Yes.
next couple of weeks.
Yes.
But
Carpal tunnel for
carpal
riders,
tunnel,
but it's repetitive motion for anglers.
Yeah.
He did catch about 14 limits while he was talking right there. Didn't miss a beat either. That was awesome.
Yeah, those are fish he's catching. That's not his bait.
Sure. And you know what, Such? It's just 11 fish. He's just catching them again and again.
There's only 11 fish in the lake?
And they clock out about 4 o'clock. The new 11 come in. And
Morning, Ralph. Morning, Fred.
That's the way it works.
It's incredible that it went from doing it for Guinness World Record to now doing it
to
with
raise
partners,
awareness,
to
raise money,
awareness
yeah.
and money,
Yeah.
and then that number. It's hard to really put in perspective what that means. 20 years ago, what happened when I was just 8 years old, in school. Everyone can remember where they were, and so to connect fishing and different foundations to help those people is awesome.
Me and some of the people in this building were
Gonna run up
on an airplane with the engine started and running. We were going to fly to our very, back when we worked for the FLW, we were going to do our last FLW event we would ever do. Because we were making the switch to B.A.S.S. and the engine stopped, and we were told to get back into the terminal, and that was it for that trip.
Were you guys here in Little Rock?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it was a tournament it was a Champlain tournament.
Wow.
Yeah. New York State.
Adam Nye with his first fish in a little while. Not going to help, but it's a good sign to get on that proper drift. That's the thing here. You can be in the right area, but if you drift 20 feet to the right, 20 feet to the left, and you don't get on that proper drift, or you go too fast while you're drifting, which can happen with the wind and waves like this, then you could think there's no fish in that area, but you're just a little too fast, a little too slow, maybe a little right, maybe a little left.
Who was it back in July when we were here? Was sporting the old school windsock? Someone had it out. Was it?
It wasn't Bernie.
Wasn't Bernie.
No,
he was leading the first
No,
two
no,
days.
he was back in the river.
Yeah.
It was it Chad? Morgan Taylor, possibly?
That would have been 2 years ago, yes. Yeah,
2
he
years
was out
ago.
in the lake, yes.
No, I don't think it. I think it was this year. It was someone else.
Clark.
Yeah, Clark Windley was out
Justin
in the lake with
Atkins was out there.
and Taku. And I wouldn't want to pull that thing up full of water, though. I don't think I'm strong enough to do that.
I don't think I could.
Did you know in this tournament, it's mentioned on stage, that we had the state smallmouth record holder fishing in this event, Patrick Hildenbrand, on an 8.44. He sure could have used a couple of those this week because he
How
finished.
big is the record? Was it?
It was 8.4. He's
8.4.
tied. He caught it on the St. Lawrence, and somebody else caught it on, I'm not sure if it's Erie. Yeah, I think so.
Probably Erie.
Yeah, 169th. Poor Patrick Hildebrand could have used a couple of those 8.4s.
Well, again, you're watching the final event of the season for the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open Northern Division. Now, here on Bassmaster Live in 2 weeks, we will bring you the final from the Southern Division, from a place you're very familiar with, Ronnie Moore.
My home lake, Lake Norman, will get to show you how many fish you can catch in a body of water. Lake Norman, a great place for numbers, and
come on.
it'll definitely be a test. You know, late September.
Sure, that's always a test.
We'll be able to see some dock fishing, some deep fishing possibly, some top water, definitely skipping some docks. And then some guys may make the run from one end of the lake all the way to the north end where any kind of current flow, if they've had any kind of rain, will come out of the dam.
Okay.
And provide a little bit of current flow up there. That was how it was won last time we were there, this time of year.
That'll be Saturday, September 25th. Pretty much the same schedule that we've been on today. And then the final of the Centrals coming up in October.
Grand Lake.
October 24th, I think is what it is.
Yep.
No, October 24th at Grand Lake, Oklahoma.
Crown a lot of folks there. The
Overall,
elite, the
and,
tournament, and the overall Falcon rods, $10,000
Right,
goes to
exactly.
the winner of the overall opens.
And they'll have about 16 days from qualifying to deciding. 'Cause early November is normally on a normal season. Last year was different. We're still fishing in November, but early November you'll declare elite or not. And so those Central Opens guys will have to know by Smith Lake going into the final event. After Smith Lake, they'll know, hey, I got a shot. I need to prepare.
Now, in previous years when they offered elite invitations, if somebody didn't accept, they would go down the points list in each division. Now they will not do that, Ronnie?
Yeah, for the last couple of years, with the qualification and requalification being so stringent and tough for the anglers qualifying, you get 12 invites, 3 from each division, which is 9 total, and 3 overall, makes it 12. 12 invites go out, and it can only be 12 accepted invites or less. So you won't work down that list. If someone says no, that goes to the elite list, and someone will not be kicked out of the elites because of that.
So if Iaconelli, who has been kind of hesitant to tell us if he's going to rejoin the elites or not, doesn't accept JT Tompkins, a 19-year-old.
He won't.
He will not get in the elites.
The only way it moves down in a division, I tried to explain this in words, typing it out, and it's a lot harder than in person and audio. But the only way it'll move down in a division is if one of the 3 anglers qualified is currently on the elites and in good standing. Let's just say a
gotcha.
Corey Johnston was in the top 3 in points. We would skip him because he is already in the elites, and we're not taking a spot away from the invite list.
Makes total sense.
And the other way is if someone overall, the 3 anglers who qualify overall are also qualified in a division, we take their submission from the overall and we will go past them in their specific division that they qualified for, which there's no chance of the Northerns doing that because none of them are fishing all 3 divisions. Succinct and under 480 characters. That's how I get the message.
Great job.
Yeah.
Well, boy, looking at the overall right now, Jacob Porosnik, former elite winner, still leading. Tommy Williams, who fished the last Classic, met him there. Second, Sam George. Daisuke Aoki's 4th. John Garrett, another Classic guy.
College angler.
And same with number 6, Masayuki Matsushita.
He was in the Classic this past year,
Mm-hmm.
Dice K, Aoki, you
Dice
mentioned him.
Aoki.
He's already qualified for the elites. I mean, for the Classic next year if he fishes Lake Norman. He won the Douglas Open. So it is a who's who.
And our big fish winner leader this week is 613, Andrew Upshaw, our first college bracket Classic competitor.
Yeah.
Is in the mix as well.
Gosh, that was a decade and a half ago, wasn't it?
In this very room.
Right, he was crowned right here in this room.
Cried his eyes out.
What was it, Stephen F. Austin?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, he fished the Red River 2012 Classic.
Yeah.
I believe that's correct. Yeah, 2011 qualifier for 2012.
Let's go back.
I do want to say, Tommy, we are 5 minutes into the ECU South Carolina game, and ECU is up 7-0 right now, 1 touchdown lead.
Could be a blowout.
Could be. Leading passer.
It might be ECU.
Our
that
wide
wins.
receiver.
Trick play.
Trick play, 75-yarder.
All right. We forge on into the afternoon. A little more than an hour and a half left of fishing time for these guys in the final day of the year. BassPro.com, Bassmaster Opens, Northern Division, Corey Johnston of Canada, who's come so close right here. The Thousand Islands before, pound and a half lead. Pound and a third lead over Adam Nye. Clemson. There's our marathon man, Jeff Kolodzinski.
Corey Johnston with 76 pounds and Jeff Kolodzinski with 2,000 fish.
That's right. We will keep track of it all when we come back.
The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
BassPro.com Bassmaster Open, Thousand Islands. This is it, the last day of the season for the Northern Opens. 10 anglers out there. Corey Johnston of Canada has the lead as it stands right now. You know what time it is, Ronnie?
Well, it's winding down the day. Is it? It is. It is trivia time.
It is daily trivia time. Here's your question.
What is the name of the smallest inhabited island
in the United States.
And it's up here in the Thousand Islands.
Oh, okay, that's the connection. Okay, is it Trop Pettit Island? Is it Lilliputian Island? Is it Just Enough Room Island? Is it Dinky Island?
I'm gonna go with B, Lilliputian Island.
Lilliputian? Yeah, that would be the best name. I like
Little bitty island.
like Trop Pettit.
Little bitty?
Dinky Island is good, you know. Minuscule Island would be a good place to live out there. Okay, what are you saying it is? You gonna say?
I think it's B.
You're gonna be a B?
Lilliputian.
I'll say C. I'll say it's C. Just Enough Room Island. There it is, C. 3,300 square feet's not that small.
Has a house and a beach area.
Yeah.
3,300.
Oh, there it is,
There it
right
is.
there.
3,300, man.
There's 1,864 islands in 1,000 Island region, average going from like 48 square miles to a foot.
Reckon
You
a
gotta
guy
be a
goes
foot
into
with a
town
tree.
at some pub, just kind of kicks back after a few and says, "Oh, you guys probably don't know I live on a private island."
He does, yes. He actually has one of those boats that disguises a car, and it drives up out of the ramp and takes off, and he goes into town.
Yeah, you know, I've been out on the private island
There's
for
a
a while.
dock in the back there.
3,300 square feet, Such. That's
The
smaller
island.
than your house.
No,
Like, you
not
gotta-
my house.
I mean, I've seen it. I've seen it.
That did not look like a 3,300 square foot house, did it? It looked like a mop closet.
Neat, a lot of great history up there in the Thousand Island regions.
Gary Adkins out there. I don't think there's any way he's moving for the rest of the day, do you think, Ronnie?
Might as well not.
Yeah.
And these anglers do not know what their competitors have. So they're just shooting for their target weight, trying to catch as much as they can weight-wise for 5 fish.
We've heard guys be right on and way off thinking, okay, somebody's got this much weight, I need this much weight. And sometimes they're way off, but a lot of times I think more often than not, they're pretty right on.
We have been known to be a little off.
Oh, still, yeah.
I think the last time we were here
Lot off.
would be a good example of that.
Yeah, exactly. But
Well,
Jake Latondras, our cameraman,
he nailed it.
He was right.
He owns Taku's boat. Whether Taku wants him to or not, they made a bet.
That's right.
Taku said he had 24. Jake said he had 26 even.
Yep.
Jake's
He
just
had
letting him use
26
it now.
season.
Yeah, Jake said, I want your boat if I win. And he said, I want your camera if I win. Well,
Oh, it's a giant.
you were wrong, Taku. Give him the boat.
Uh-oh.
This is going to get interesting
Afford
with
it.
all these waves.
Gary's looking to jump into the top 3 with this fish.
Oh, is it a big one? Oh, Jesus. That one's gonna help. Yes. I was right. They moved back inside.
That is a big one for Gary Adkins. And hey, he may be from Wisconsin, and people always think of the Mississippi River. He is a winner of the Sturgeon Bay Open in the past, and that takes a lot of weight in May.
Oh, boy, yeah.
To win that. Thank you to Jeremiah Shaver for the heads up on that. Him and the Johnstons have won that prized event. And Gary would love to make the Classic today and win this.
He's qualified. Stocky fish right there.
These fish are moving inside. They were out on that outer edge, but the wind has picked up so much now, and the current has probably went from 1 mile an hour to 3 miles an hour. These fish are migrating onto this flat now. I'm sure for 2 reasons: 1, to feed, and 2, to get out of that strong current. Out there, like I said, it was 3 miles an hour. Inside here, it's only like 1.2, and they're able to just chill out over in this lesser current, and they don't have to sit out there and fight that heavy current. And, you know, something told me to move inside. In practice, I had the same scenario.
Gary's best day was day 1, 25:10. Superb day. Love to have that today. Plus a little extra on a tube. It's great.
Man, I love it.
Yeah.
I fizzed my finger. All right, let's go do that again.
He said he fizzed his finger. That's not too positive,
That's-
but
well,
fizzing the fish is positive.
you can't be too careful these days.
4 3/4.
What did he say? 24 3/4?
Let me get this mess out of here for us.
He said.
So we're gonna go back up and do it again.
Get the noodle segments loaded in there so the fish don't get
Yes, that's been a great
whacked around so much.
conservation technique lately. I will say this, the Thousand Islands region has provided us with definitely some different techniques over the years. We saw Greg DePalma do very well in an old shipwreck with a Carolina rig. We're seeing Jonathan Kelly obviously throw that today. Last year, Taku Ito, talking about his bait and drop shotting and whatnot, caught his 26 pounds. He had used that throughout the week, caught his 26 pounds on a Nico rig though on the final day. That's a tactic that hasn't been used to win an elite event on smallmouth. The Ned rig with Micah Frazier, not the first year, but one of the first years here. Yeah. Drop shot, obviously. Now a tube coming into play. Hair jig as well.
Oh yeah.
Let's go do
The
that
big
again.
preacher jig and the small marabou jigs have both done it here.
Watch out. Can't put the camera down.
Timmy Tompkins' bass truck just updated, give him 19.5, 6th place.
All right. Man from South Carolina. We spent a little time with him today. He was out there in the thick of it last time we saw him.
But that also means Jonathan Kelly is 9th, would lose 5 points and be tied with Ike.
Oh.
And Alex
but still good to
Redwine
go.
with 549 points, yeah.
Good to go for sure. We'll see what the tiebreaker is, and I'll look it up right now to see who would get the nod, just for bragging rights.
For Mercer announcement, here's our Northern Opens Angler of the Year points leader.
Looks like the way we do tiebreakers for the Elite Series points and for Bassmaster tournaments is your weight for full field days of competition, which would be day 1 and day 2 of every open event. So 6 days weights combined, because that's the given amount you're allowed to have. And Jonathan Kelly has about a 2 pound, 2 ounce lead over Ike and Ellie in that department, a 3 pound, 12 ounce lead over Alex Redwine in that department. So ties, Kelly still wins. No matter how much you didn't want him to win, Such, he will still win it.
What?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I actually spoke to him last night, Ronnie. He was going to dinner. His father and his teammates were coming down from a BFL up at Messina to go eat dinner with him and kind of congratulate him that pretty much he's in the elites. Some friends come with him, and he knew with Palaniuk not fishing, he's technically starting in 4th place. Just needed to climb over one guy. He figured 1 or 2 would not do as well, and he did great. Scott Martin has to be feeling a lot better about his classic hopes. Gary Atkins, the only one, or is the closest, is still 6 pounds, 1 ounce behind Corey Johnston, and he's got 22 pounds. That means he'd need like a 28-pound bag, which our biggest this week has been 27.7.
Such, if you drop 3 or 4 more mentions of Scott Martin in the Classic,
3 more,
you may get a steak out of
I'm
Scott
going to get
Martin.
a steak and a dinner. You're right.
Moving.
Nothing's really clicked for Dean Meckes today. Not like he'd like. Gary Atkins' weight has updated. That last fish gave him half a pound up to 22 3/4, not 24 3/4. I misheard, but 22
The wind
3/4.
blowing on that little island over there. It's got some going. Let's go.
Dean's pumped up there.
Brad Leitner still chunking that spinner bait. It's a fun way to catch a 24-pound bag. Such is 24 pounds on a spinner bait. Good talk.
Fun catching 24 pounds on anything.
Yes,
Ronnie.
thank you. There we go. There we go, Such.
Licorice chuckle.
Our friends Mark Zona and Seth Fighter have a nickname for Brad Leitner that we will not be saying on Bassmaster Live.
Darn.
It's a funny inside joke between the fellas. And Brad, as soon as I called him last night, he said, "Hey, do not listen to Zona or Seth if they call you." I said, "Okay, sounds good."
You know, Leitner fished against Seth years ago.
Yes.
In the event, the North Star event that Fighter won in 2006.
Wow.
He was in that
Tonka.
event.
Nice. What a great final day here of the Northern Open season, the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands. Corey Johnston still in charge. Haven't seen him in a couple minutes, but he has definitely had that big lead chopped into by Adam Nye. Cal Clemson trying to move up, Gary Atkins in 4th, and Coop Gallant in 5th. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
moving.
Moving on. We're just going right there to that red buoy. We got the prop situation straightened out, and we came back out here, and in the about 2 hours of fishing we lost, it got really rough. So we went back to where we started, and we couldn't even get on and really fish, and it was kind of just a waste of time. So I'm relocated to a different section of the river. It's a little calmer over here. I've caught fish here in the past. I'm kind of just going to check some areas I've caught big ones in and see what's going on right now. Usually this area, when the current picks up, which it should be with the wind that's blowing now, it could be pretty good. So it's what I'm kind of hoping for, just stopping in here. I haven't hit it at all this week. I hit it in practice. One day it was good, one day it wasn't good. So not too sure what to expect, but we're going to give it a shot and see what we can make out of it.
That was Jonathan Kelly giving us a good breakdown of his move and adjustment today. Thank you guys. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. We've got a great Final 10 for Championship Saturday here. We've had 3 Northern Opens for the season. The James River, Lake Oneida, Oneida Lake, and Thousand Islands. This is the last day of the Northern Opens division. Corey Johnston still on top, 76 pounds, 10 ounces. Adam Nye, 75.7. Cal Clemson, 73.6. Gary Atkins, 71.1. And one thing I will say, Such, I've got reports from the cameraman that Timmy Tompkins, instead of 19.5 to 20 pounds, may have closer to 24.
What?
Not
Hold
sure
on.
if there was a big upgrade to be had, but that would put him just 3.5 pounds from the lead. And he would still need the biggest bag of the tournament to come back and win, but another angler within just earshot and eye shot of Corey Johnston.
Yeah, Corey set the bar pretty high here, Ronnie, with 76.10 right now, and that's on an estimated 26 pounds even. This is what it took Takuiku Ito to win the Elite here month and a half, 2 months ago. 26 pounds on the final day for 90 pounds total.
Yeah, it shows you that the difference in July and August, or the July and September. It took 90 pounds for 4 days to win there, and it's taking 77 pounds almost for 3 days in September. So
the fish feed up a mess from the end of summer, or they know that the cold is coming, so they start eating and chewing. And
yeah, I would say that a little bit, but not necessarily the cold is coming yet, but more so we were immediate post spawn. Those fish had just finished spawning. There were still some spawning fish, but they were probably at their leanest.
Right.
At 90 pounds even, which shows you what this is capable of. Adam Nye, this was moments ago, hooked up. And came off at the top of the surface when it went to jump. He really has had if Corey Johnston did not exist, Adam Nye would be by far and away the best day of anyone. And it's really started quick this morning, Suchi. He had 16 to 18 pounds, just a normal bag of fish, nothing crazy, just solid fish. And then at some point in the morning, he started to catch really quality fish.
But it's number 4.
We caught a couple of very impressive fish, probably looking for Phoenix Boats Big Bass today. He's got the big bag on our unofficial estimate so far, 26.6.
6.5, he says.
Holy crap, that's the biggest one
we have not seen anything.
That's like a 6.5, boys.
That's a giant fish. Possibly the biggest bass of the event, like you said. And then he backed it up with another big one.
Over 6.
Adam Nye has been fantastic. Another big one for him right there. Those 3 fish are definitely the difference makers.
Yeah.
Has to really catch a good one to Cole now.
Well, and we saw it in Zach Eggleston, the co-angler leader, Ronnie. 3 fish for 18.4. Hey, you math that out to 5 fish, that's a 30-pound bag.
It is indeed. And we will give some love to Zach Eggleston, the co-angler champion. They fished the first 2 days of this event and crowned a champion after that. They only fish for 3 bass for their limit, unlike the boaters who fish for 5. So Eggleston, who gets paired up with different people per day, that's probably one of the hardest things for co-anglers. Yes, they're not finding their own fish necessarily, but fishing behind other people can be challenging. And for Eggleston to have 15 pounds and change on day 1 and then 18 on day 2.
Is it as challenging here on a place like St. Lawrence than you go down to a Sam Rayburn where the back of the boat and kill you?
Yeah, it is definitely a great place where plenty of fish exist and will bite. Gary Atkins hooked up. We saw Adam Nye lose one just a minute ago on the same exact stretch, and you could see his boat just ahead of Gary on the drift. I guess behind Gary.
Oh, it's a good one too. Oh yeah.
Pretty solid fish for Adkins, but he's at 22 3/4.
I don't think it's gonna help.
He doesn't think it's gonna help. He may have a little more than that then. You mentioned it, Such. Zach Eggleston, the co-angler champion. Who did he fish with? He fished with Masayuki Matsushita on day 1, who had 18.9, and yesterday fished with Troy Baxter, a New York local, but he only had 6 or 8 pounds. So huge day for that co-angler champion. Congrats to him. And Gary Atkins has been putting on a clinic all week. Him and Adam Nye sharing this area. They're roommates as well, but they did not plan to share water. They just got on the same
That's so
deal,
odd
which is crazy.
that roommates would end up on the exact same area.
And they found that out
drifting
right before day one started, that they would probably be fishing some same spots. So Adam went to the spot later on day one and caught his fish, his 23.15. Meanwhile, Gary started there, had 25.10 on this stretch.
Wonder how much they compared notes.
Then yesterday, Adam Nye had the drift perfect, caught 25 pounds early. And then Gary Atkins waited till late in the day, was able to catch his 22 3/4 in the last hour and a half or so. So for Gary and Adam, they figured it out today and dialed it in, and they have put it to good use. Out live with Jonathan Kelly.
He told me since he was in the elites, after first 2 days, that he was just going to go out today and have fun. Relax.
And honestly, if you called him, he might say he did not have fun today because he's caught 14 pounds. But definitely fishing a lot less stressed out.
That's something. Think of the guys recently who have had to make that decision. Okay, I qualified for the elites. Do I have the backing? Can I make it? You know, the Brian New, who didn't have a big name sponsor on his jersey, wins his first Open, wins the Falcon Rods, AOI, and
That's
the
a
Opens.
lot of good money right there. Those
And then he
two
wins the
things.
very first Elite Series event, let alone Josh Strassner. Talk to him. He ends up winning Rookie of the Year. You called it. Way to go.
Thank you.
But he didn't have a lot of support, and he said he's still working on it. They didn't have a lot of time last year after COVID. The elite invitations weren't till late November.
Yeah.
And then you had to decide pretty quickly, and so turning around, and then let alone companies were in flux last year as well, deciding what are we going to where our sponsor dollars go and that type of thing. So it was a real hectic, short off season last year.
And for Kelly, he's really tested himself. I mentioned it to Tommy during a commercial break. For our anglers who have camera boats, you know, they document their stuff out on the water. Kelly has been one to help out with different anglers and whatnot, and because he lives in the Northeast, and being able to just be around the tournament circuit, be around tournaments in college. Fished at Coastal Carolina. I remember competing against him and covering him.
Did you?
I did. And for Jonathan to make it, it's still, even though it's so, I would say it's so frequently that college anglers qualify for the elites, it seems that way. It is still a small percentage of anglers out of the whole group of 350 colleges in the country that have teams. For 3 a year to qualify, that's a big number if they did, and for him to do that, another testament to that. And it's got to be cool to be on that fishing club and know that, hey, someone from our club made it to the Elite Series.
Heck, they're all pumped up, you know, someone from our school team made it to the Classic.
Exactly.
We've had a lot of guys, you know, Andrew Upshaw was the very first one. It was a decade ago, Ronnie. I think this is the 10th year of the College Classic bracket qualifier getting into the Bassmaster Classic. I think Upshaw was a decade ago.
A decade and how we have transformed the sport with high school and college fishing. Coop Gallant right there, our day 2 leader, hanging tight in the top 5. Met him at a high school championship in 2015, just a young whippersnapper, and now he is trying to conquer some of the best smallmouth anglers on one of the best smallmouth bodies of water ever. Corey Johnston still on top, Adam Nye, Cal Clemson, your top 3. Gary Atkins putting his name in the hat with a great great hour recently. We'll be right back after this commercial break for more action from the Thousand Islands.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Run back up there.
It's hard to call out 4.5 pounders. When that tube gets beat up like that, that's when it gets good. Let's go back up and do that again.
Seen some action over the last couple hours, and for a couple anglers, they've made some moves on our leaderboard here for the final day of the Northern Open at Thousand Islands. Corey Johnston still on top. Adam Nye still in second. Kyle Clemson hanging tough in third. But fourth place, Gary Atkins, has been catching them lately and has been slowly and steadily upgrading. Has a great bag, 22 3/4, 23 pounds. He just needs a 6+ pounder to really make a bigger call for him. Meanwhile, we've got other guys like Chris Johnston finally popping in with some good weight. Timmy Tompkins as well.
Coop Galan, our day 2 leader, though, Ronnie, 18 pounds today. I mean, there's still time. He can still upgrade.
18 pounds and down by 6.5 pounds, so he would need at least 24.5 to put his name in the hat and be close. We go out to second place right now, Adam Nye.
Well, Gallant had 27-0 and then 25-2, so.
Yeah, it would by far be his worst bag of the week, but it would still be better than most people's best bags ever. Nye's hooked up again. And for him, the last time we saw Adam Nye, he caught a 3-pounder, did not help, and then he lost one that jumped way out there. And at that same time, Gary Atkins was putting some fish in the boat as well and upgrading. So you get on that correct drift. And for these guys, they were saying 23 to 25 feet of water. That's where they were fishing in practice. Then they slid off a little deeper in that 30 to 45 foot range off the sides of those humps and those rock veins. And then when that wind started to get up this afternoon, Gary Atkins said it clearly, hey, we made a move, and we moved on the same spot a little shallower, and those fish have gotten up on that flat and are feeding, and they're getting out of the wind, to be honest, because it's taking that current from maybe 1 mile an hour to 3 miles an hour.
They're really performing, both of them, Ronnie. Nye has climbed to second from 5th place, and Gary Atkins started at day 8th, and he's up in 4th. 5 bags over 20 pounds on Bass Trek so far. Timmy Tompkins is close, 19.5. Nye is our largest, 26 pounds, 6 ounces. Corey Johnston, 26 even.
And I'm wondering, some of these guys, they're not too far away. Clayton's not that far away. It's not like the distance from Waddington running there. So with Clayton being so close to the lake, I'm wondering when the Johnston brothers need to come back based on how strong the wind is and how big the waves are and how slow they have to go for gas consumption if they can get it. But Adam Nye landing this one at the boat right there, it's going to need to be a good one to call. And I don't think that one's going to get it done.
I had to look up his hometown, St. Charles, Illinois. It's a suburb of Chicago on the west side. And Gary Atkins a little further north up from Green Bay. You got a bunch of Canadians in there, Ronnie. Corey Johnston, Cal Clemson, Coop Gallant, Chris Johnston.
I think Adam Nye is going to test that one and put it on the balance beam and see if it does upgrade. We'll check to see if his 26.6 goes a little up.
Yeah, on Bass Trek, he's 1 pound, 3 ounces back of Corey Johnston. Both of them could be off.
Just imagine
here or there.
Just imagine losing an open with your smallest bag being 23.15. What are you supposed to do? That's
crazy.
That's a great weight.
If you didn't catch 19.5, you didn't cash a check in this open, Ronnie. In the Elite, it was 33 pounds for the top 45 cut after 2 days, and it was about 60 pounds, 20 pounds a day to make the top 10. Here you needed 23.5 to get in the top 10. That's each day now.
Jonathan Kelly, Dean Meckes.
Our youngest competitors, one of the oldest.
Yeah, both Northeast anglers, Pennsylvania and Clayton, New York represented.
Meckes jumped into this open kind of like winner at Oneida, Bill Perkins did. He was just in the neighborhood. He's going to be fishing there. He said, what the heck, I think I can hold my own against these traveling opens pros. He showed that he could. But I did an article with him, Ronnie, and he was kind of interested in that he said there's other guys, all these other pros around here saying, oh, I can do it. Look what the elites did. I can do that. Well, sure, you can hold your own on your own fishery, but he says Bill Perkins said he had a lot of respect for these traveling pros who can go to another body of water in a totally different fishery, can go down to Lake Norman, can go to St. James, and get it done. Like he was impressed. Brandon Pollin could come in on one day of practice and get in the top 10.
Exactly. That's just knowing the seasonal, knowing areas on the lake that you can just check real quick. Like we mentioned, the Johnstons know a lot about this body of water, and they had half a day of practice this week. They did practice one day last week, but a lot less time than what we've seen a lot of people in.
Well, in opens, you got unlimited practice, right? You can practice.
You do.
There's no
That's why it's hard
off-limit period.
It is hard to tell sometimes when people qualify for the Elite Series how good they will be under the 2.5-day practice period, because in
With
the
the
opens
20
you
day,
can do
28.
5 or 6, yeah. So how that translates, and there are people who have done 2.5 days of practice in the opens and qualified and done well and have done bad. There are guys who had a lot of practice time in the opens that have qualified for the elites and have done well with shortened time. It's just what it takes within the rules that you can do, and so it will be very interesting to see a 25-year-old Jonathan Kelly. It'll be awesome to see 22-year-old Alex Redwine get their feet in it. Really goes to show you 8 of the top 14 from the points race, all under 25 years old. Incredible.
It is incredible.
We've got a couple represented today, knocking it out here on the Thousand Islands. Just a little bit more time of fishing. They've still got a little bit more time of running. They've got to get back from their areas to Clayton, New York. And then we will be able to crown a champion later this afternoon, but maybe some more fireworks coming our way if you tune in after this commercial break with us. Bassmaster Live.
The BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
All right, let's make a move.
Dean Meckes and the rest of the top 10 competing on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, making up the Thousand Islands region. What a great body of water. Clayton, New York, our host this week. Excited to be in that part of the country. Upstate New York is always a special place. And if you're looking at the leaderboard for the first time today, you can tell it's a special place because those are 3-day weights. 76 pounds, 10 ounces for Corey Johnston to be in the unofficial lead. Adam Nye just behind him by 1 pound and 3 ounces. Cal Clemson over 73 pounds, and he's in 3rd place. If this was a 4-day event, it would have the pace to reach the century mark, with 90 pounds winning it here in July. Such 76 and change is an uptick.
I'm impressed with the weights this week, Ronnie. I mean, everybody today has a limit. We had like 161. We had the 3rd most total weight in an event, total fish, and now Corey Johnston's total is 2nd largest in a open ever.
Looking at Adam Nye there making a little run, moving from his spot on the Dovetail Games drone shot of the day. What a great picturesque body of water in a fishery. We can't say that enough. We're excited to be here next year as well at the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, Thousand Islands region. Clayton, New York will be our host for that event as well. So many iconic, and like you said, Such, all those stats you were dropping, that this is one of the best opens ever, weight-wise. 2nd best ever currently.
You think of the elites, there's almost 100 anglers. There's 200 anglers in this event.
Exactly. Brad Leitner hooked up, fishing shallow here this week with a spinnerbait and a hair jig.
No, I'm sorry. Almost 400 anglers counting the co-anglers.
Yes. That is not a bass.
Oh, I thought I finally had a good one.
It's a northern pike.
That was nice of him.
It was a nice one, Brad.
Get my hopes up. Then dash them.
Have I heard that voice?
So I'm getting told in my ear, Such, that this is a daily trivia, but for me only.
Yeah.
Of the 21 previous B.A.S.S. pro tournaments on the St. Lawrence River, how many have been opens? 1, 3, 2, or 5?
Let people think about it.
How long have the opens been around? What are you classifying?
Well,
That's
when they
last 20
really
years
gave it the
okay.
The feeder league for the elites.
I'm gonna say
20 years.
I'm gonna say C2. I think this is the 2nd one.
This
Well,
is the second one.
Oh, it's
You're
one
right.
previous, but this is the second
This is the
counting
second
this
one,
week. But
yeah.
yes, of the previous, I read the question
Back in
wrong. It was a trick
2002.
question. Of the 21 previous, one time Kobe Krieger took the title. This same week, September 12th through 14th, 2002, that was 1 year after 9/11. We were upstate New York knocking that out. 52 pounds for 3 days. 52 pounds for 3 days. How about that? And it's 77 right now for 3 days. The growth.
Oh, hey,
Another
bonus
one.
question.
I'm going to try to get this one right.
Have you
Such.
been to that bridge? It's amazing.
I have not. In what year was the Thousand Island International Bridge dedicated? 1929, 1938, 1946, or 1962? Gosh, these are all way, way before my time.
Mine too. Well, I was born
Not
last
1938. You were there, yeah. I will say 1946 C. I'm going to go with C.
I was there. Wait a second.
Oh, it was 1938. Man.
Yeah, FDR was there. Prime Minister was there. 25,000 people showed up to watch the dedication, and the people lined the route to get there for the ceremony.
There's the
A big
Thousand
deal.
Island International Bridge right there.
2 million vehicles go over a year.
A year? Nice.
That's what they say.
Do you know the stats over the last 2 years? How many?
No.
Probably far less, I would say.
Well, 7.
Yeah, 7. Chris and Corey Johnston, three separate times.
It's a toll bridge still, but it's pretty cheap. I think it's like 20 trips for $12, or opposite 12 trips for $20, something like that.
Wow. So they really expect if you're going to go from New York to Canada that you're going to come multiple times. So they put a little package deal on it.
Yes, they have bigger packages as well.
Nice.
Like fast pass type of thing where you have a electronic device on your car and just. I think they got to search you a little bit though when you're going across the international border.
Such, I'm going to go ahead and give myself. I was correct on the Opens one.
Yes.
Because
yes,
I was
said
counting
the second
this
one.
week. Yes, I was counting this week.
I'll give it to you.
But the bridge
I'm
one.
easy.
That is up.
That's a hard one. I was amazed that the bridge is almost closing in on 100 years old.
I know. It doesn't look like it. It's aged very well.
No,
it looks
it
young.
doesn't.
It looks like a young whippersnapper.
Design.
Over bridge. Yeah. Spring chicken.
When you think, I think there's only 3 bridges that go across, a bunch of ferries, but 3 bridges that go across the St. Lawrence.
And they all look the same.
Or do they?
They all look like that, exactly.
I don't know about that.
Except for the one in Ogdensburg. That's the only one that looks different.
Yeah, Corey Johnston sure wanted to win that elite, but he said he'd take an Open.
So I haven't heard from Mercer and Zone in a while. I know they were wanting to watch college
Here they
football, but
are.
there's 2 wave runners right there. I'm pretty sure I saw Zona's sunglass tan right there, and I saw the reflection off of Mercer's head. I'm just saying.
They're sneaking spots. They're going to mark spots. I don't think we have Cal Clemson.
We haven't seen him today at all. He's been deep into Canada and not been able to watch him.
But he just upgraded, Ronnie.
How big?
He's up to 25 pounds, even 112 back.
Wow.
He's back in the mix.
It's a ball game now. 3 anglers within 2 pounds. Look, there's Davey ripping around out there now. This is one of the last weeks of the year these guys are going to be able to do this.
Exactly. I like those memes where they say, "Okay, now the real anglers can come out. All the pleasure boaters are
Labor
leaving
Day.
putting their boat away for the year."
Labor Day is when they put the boats up. Got a little bit more action to cover today. A lot of these guys are running back from the lake, making those trips, but all the Canadians, they also all start with the letter C somehow, Such. I don't know if that's coincidence. They're littered in our top 6 with 4
Corey,
of the
Cal,
top 6
Coop,
there.
Chris?
We'll be right back after this.
You're watching live coverage of the BassPro.com Bassmaster Open at Thousand Islands.
Finally got in front of your face. Where'd you go? Well, I got a goby. Oh no, it's a smallmouth. Huge one. Oh, I'm a snatcher.
They replaced it with. Yeah, well, I was at the. They had it for about 4 months and didn't do nothing. And with everything going on, like COVID-related stuff, boats were selling so fast, you know? And they were like, well, we can try to find you a brand new 19, like a 519 is what I had previously. And they couldn't get one back from a dealer because the dealer didn't have them to sell back to them. So this was kind of the trade-off that we worked out with them. It was like a showboat.
Jonathan Kelly giving us a little bit of a rundown on his rig this year. It's another thing gonna have to figure out what he will run for the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, because he has qualified 3 anglers from each division of the Opens, Northern, Southern, Central, qualify for the Elites, and 3 overall. Everyone who's fishing, all of them put in a pot. Top 3 overall also make it, so Jonathan Kelly's got to make his plans, along with possibly Mike Iaconelli and Alex Redwine from the Northern Opens. They qualified, and no threat of them losing qualification today.
Now, Kelly said that he's actually got a little elite fund going, but he will work on getting some sponsorship for next year to fish the 2022 Elites.
Young, bright name in the sport, 25 years old, Corey Johnston, out in it right now.
Boy, right now, Ronnie, Corey Johnston, Adam Nye, and Cal Clemson, less than 2 pounds apart, and that's on Fast Track.
My wife asked last night why they were wearing rain gear. Did it rain at the St. Lawrence? I said no, it's the Great Lakes, so they're always soaking wet from the waves. And we saw that right there with Corey Johnston. And we will be live again for the Opens, August 25th, final day coverage of Lake Norman, Charlotte, North Carolina there. My home lake, my stomping grounds, will crown the Southern Opens points race. Classic spots as well will be on Fox Sports 1. Super excited about that one.
Give us some inside stuff from Lake Norman, Ronnie.
Yeah, as best as I can do, you know. I mean, I wasn't. Maybe I can tell you how to get 20th.
Hey,
I can't tell you how to win.
It did rain during the weigh-in yesterday.
Well,
and
during the
I was amazed.
This was
people
early.
were
Yes.
People were fully rain suits though.
Yes.
I thought it got up in the 70s.
Out with Jonathan Kelly right now. We mentioned it. He's one of the qualifiers. Kind of took a different approach to the river this week in Thousand Islands. Is a Carolina rig, 2 different football jigs. One was a kind of a peanut butter jelly, you know, a green pumpkin and purple type deal, a brown and purple. And then one was black and blue. He caught some fish on those 3 techniques, and then he was also drop shotting as well. Standard when those things weren't working. That's what he's doing right now, but it was cool to see him catch him on a Carolina rig this morning. A little bit different of a tactic, but the size has not been there for him. But man, he was more so stressed. 2 days of competition, I got to get my job done, and he got it done.
Yes, sirree, Bob. He said he tried the lake and knew the bigger fish were out there, but he went back after having a decent practice day and couldn't catch anything, so he put all his eggs in the river, which has worked out well with a couple 24-pound bags, Ronnie. Today, not so much. He's only a little bit over 13 pounds.
That's what Corey Johnston and a couple other people mentioned to me as well. Cal Clemson said it. Out there in Lake Ontario, it's just September. Fish are moving. They're repositioning. Different weather. As soon as it gets cooler and cooler, they start transitioning, and so those fish are just gone in some areas. So it makes sense if Jonathan Kelly went to some spots that produced. There's nothing there. It's not the easiest place to run around when waves and
I would
wind
not
pick
imagine
up.
out in Monster, Ontario.
Taking a look at Brad Leitner there. our one shallow angler. It's one thing that I was excited to talk about today. We didn't really get to see him catch any this morning. Started in 10th, had nothing to lose, was happy to make it here, and snuck in by the hair on his chinny chin chin, beating Patrick Walters out for the final spot. He had been throwing a hair jig, Seth Fighter's fighter fly with Outcast, and then he was throwing a Bassman spinnerbait, 1/2 ounce, and he was burning it as much as he could.
Nice.
Well, he's from Fighter's neighborhood for sure. Independence, Minnesota's right there on the western side of Minneapolis. Eden Prairie's right around the corner. Bloomington. Heck, we got Austin Felix from.
Oh, I got a snag.
I could close my eyes and just listen to Brad Leitner and know that he is not far from their neck of the woods, just the way Minnesotans talk.
So I called Cal Clemson last night, and he's getting in the truck to go to dinner with the Johnstons. They said their room they stayed with, they had almost the whole hotel make the top 10. They had Brett Carnwright finish 13th. He was with them as well. And they had little side bets on this and that and who's going to finish best this week. And Corey's saying, I hate this guy, Cal. He lives right next door to him.
Yeah, he does.
Except
one of those neighbors that leaves the light on, shines in your window.
Well, he started razzing him, giving him the trouble of, yeah, when he's gone, I go see his wife. Wow.
Some great drone coverage to transition there from that conversation to Brad Leitner retying after getting a snag right there.
Cowher's right there saying, yeah, sometimes I regret coming with these guys. They just razz each other.
Very similar to the way we razz each other in here, off camera, right, Such?
Exactly the same. What a showing for Canada. They had Chris Johnston become the first Canadian to win an elite. And then Gussie.
Yep.
Corey came close. He'd rather win in elite than an open, but he said he'd sure as heck take an open.
He'll take one just to get people to be quiet, that's for sure.
He probably doesn't appreciate that. The only Canadian on the tour not to
That's
be
what. Well, you said
win.
you said it on live today that you would dub him as the last Canadian to win.
No,
an event.
no. I agreed with you that you.
Got some great dovetail drone coverage right there on the left while we're watching Brad in his boat on the right.
Really get a sense of the watercolor there, the clarity.
For real.
It looks gorgeous.
I love a god bite.
Imagine some
Double.
folks got to be running.
Got some guys headed back. They're going to be coming in to check in for weigh-in. You can also catch weigh-in here on Bassmaster.com. We'll crown a champion. It was looking like there's going to be a little bit of a runaway, and now it's looking like it could be within the air. Like you said, co-anglers having a hard time picking out a 5.15 over a 6.12.
Yeah.
You could be a pound off a fish, and Adam Nye, Cal Clemson trying to scare Corey Johnston. Not sure, you might have to do some research, Such. I don't think an Open has been won by a Canadian. It might be the first one. We'll get on that in the last 10 minutes. But we'll be right back with our last segment of the day on Bassmaster Live. Corey Johnston on top here at Thousand Islands. In the final few minutes of this event of the season for the Northern Open anglers.
Just saw a post, Ronnie. They named the cornfield the Field of Dreams, the ballpark of the year. I think St. Lawrence is our bass fishery of the year. Great elite tournament there, great open.
Not sure how many people would disagree with you on that one. This is a fantastic way to end the Northern Open schedule. We went from tidal fishing in Richmond, Virginia at the James River up to Syracuse, New York for Oneida Lake. Some smallmouth, some largemouth going down there. At a wire-to-wire winner at the Oneida Lake event. And we could have 3 different leaders here at the St. Lawrence River, Thousand Islands. Cal Clemson leading day 1, Cooper Gallant leading day 2. And day 3, possibly by Corey Johnston.
All Canadians.
Canadians.
What's up with that?
All Canadians. All start with the letter C. I feel conspiracy coming on here.
Yeah. Somebody's going to cry that.
But a couple of these guys on camera right here, Adam Nye and Gary Atkins, have made their final days worth it, both catching great bags to push Corey Johnston to the edge over here. Corey is on his way back.
I say you got to watch the weigh-in, Ronnie.
We will watch the weigh-in. Seems like I could do 8 hours of live every single event and still end up watching the weigh-in after absorbing all the information, because we do not know who will take this title, and you will want to see the 26 pounds of fish get held up by these guys.
Or more. Nye may have more.
Or more. We'll have Adam Nye says he has more than 26. Cal Clemson, Timmy Tompkins has 19.9 on Bass Trek. His cameraman said he thinks he's got closer to 24, so I don't know who is sandbagging on what there, but that'll put him in the top 5, roughly. And then for Coop Gallant, haven't had an update on his Bass Trek since our photographer Kyle Jesse left them.
Oh, he could have upgraded.
So he could have upgraded as well.
Jonathan Kelly taking it easy on him today. May fall in a couple spots. We may end up with a 3-way points tie for the Northern Opens division. That's kind of neat, too. Of course, we'd have tiebreakers, but it really doesn't matter. If you finish first, second, or third, you all get elite invitations.
Not easy to fish in this wind and current.
We got 3 different bodies of water capping off our 3 divisions for the Open Such. We have Thousand Islands this week, smallmouth. For the Southern Opens, we will end the schedule at Lake Norman for spotted bass, and for the Centrals, we will end it largemouth at Grand Lake in Oklahoma over here.
Still got Smith Lake, too, in early October. That was weather delayed.
Like we mentioned, we will be live for the final day of each division-ending event. Lake Norman will be the final Southern Open destination. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 25th is the final day there, and we will be live on Bassmaster.com, as well as extra coverage on Fox Sports 1. We're excited to bring that platform to the Opens and showcase the rising stars, those anglers who have the ability, but can they put it together for 3 days, put it together for 3 events, and make their dreams come true, qualifying for the Elite Series or the Bassmaster Classic? We will decide that. Points will get locked in today. Those 3 qualifiers can officially say, I am in the Elite Series.
Let's go.
We'll have another classic spot determined today. Maybe a person on the opposite end of the country in Florida celebrating their classic spot as well. What a great day of Bassmaster Live. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you tuning in. Some fireworks. Make sure you tune in to weigh in shortly after Bassmaster.com. We will see you there.
That's a big one.